Under a cloudy sky with a game time temperature of 48 degrees, we welcome you live to the campus of Oklahoma Christian University in Oklahoma City and Tom Heath Field for this afternoon's first two games of weekend three-game set in Great American Conference play between 22nd-ranked Southern Arkansas and the 18-13 Bison of Oklahoma Baptist. Hello again, everybody, and good afternoon. I'm Todd Miller. First two games of this series moved from Shawnee here to Oklahoma City. It's an all-natural synthetic turf field, so obviously, the rain's not affecting the field conditions like they would have in Shawnee. Senior Day weekend continues. The final game of the series will be tomorrow on campus back at Bison Hill. First pitch will be at 2 o'clock at Lady Bison Softball Park. Time now for a look at today's starting lineups. First of all, for 22nd-ranked Southern Arkansas, the Mule Riders are 18-6, 14-4 in Great American Conference play. And they are ranked 22nd overall, headed up by Jason Anderson in his 7th season. Leading off for the Mule Riders at shortstop is Jackson Dixon. Batting second and catching is Lena Susu. Batting third at third base is Faith Otts. The cleanup hitter is the DP, Alyssa Favela. Hitting fifth in center field is Elise Casper. Batting sixth for Southern Arkansas at second base, Sarah Evans. Batting seventh at first base, Christina Hill. Hitting eighth for Southern Arkansas in left field is Mason Grace. And the Mule Riders right fielder, McKenna Morton, bats ninth and rounds out the lineup. So again, for Southern Arkansas, it's Dixon at short, Susu catching, Otts at third, Favela the DP, Casper in center, and Evans at second. Hill is at first, Grace in left, Morton is the right fielder with Victoria Taylor on the mound. We'll pause, be back with a look at the OBU starting lineups and throw the first pitch in just a moment on the Bison Sports Network.
Let's break.
Back in Oklahoma City before the first pitch of this weekend series between 22nd-ranked Southern Arkansas and Oklahoma Baptist. The starting lineup today for OBU, leading off in left field is McKenna Anderson. Batting second at second base is Kylie Calamura. Hitting third for the Bison in right field is Cheyenne Demery. The cleanup hitter is the catcher, Josie Sparks. Batting fifth, the DP, Caitlin Marsh. Hitting sixth at first base is Emily Richardson. Asia Henry bats seventh and plays third base. Cheyenne Sandoval will play shortstop and hit eighth, and Shelby Savage will bat ninth and play center field. Again, it's Anderson, Calamura, and Demery, Sparks, Marsh, and Richardson, Henry, Sandoval, and Savage for Sam Maples Ball Club. Sam in her third season on Bison Hill, 49 wins, 62 losses. She's 34-45 against Great American Conference competition. Sam Maples and the Bison coming off a three-game weekend sweep against Northwestern Oklahoma State last week at home in Shawnee. It is senior day and senior weekend on Bison Hill. Again, we'll honor the four seniors tomorrow before the 2 o'clock first pitch and the series finale back at Shawnee against Southern Arkansas. Jasmine Dixon will lead off. The shortstop comes in hitting .328 for the Mule Riders. 22nd game. She has 21 hits, 64 at-bats, and has driven in 4 runs. So Jackson Dixon, then Lana Susu, and Faith Otts for Jason Anderson's ball club. OBU wearing the white and green tops over black bottoms. Southern Arkansas on the blue and white tops over white bottoms. Here we go, first pitch, and ironically enough, as we get set to throw it, the sun starts to peek out from overhead, and the first pitch from Younts is down and in, 1 ball, no strikes. Dixon had a 9-game hit streak ended against Harding when she went 0 for 3 last weekend. Next pitch just misses. No, it's called a strike on the outside corner. It's 1 ball, 1 strike. Wind is blowing across the field from left center towards the right field foul pole here at Tom Heath Field out of the north-northwest at about 13 miles per hour. In comes the 1-1 pitch and a bouncing ball to short. Sandoval plays the hop and over to first, and that's the way the afternoon starts on a 6-3 ground out. Southern Arkansas still as good, if not better, than anybody else in the conference, but they are not maybe as potent offensively as they have been in years past. Still one of the better offensive clubs you're going to find in the Great American Conference. They are really starting to hit their stride. The Mule Riders have won 8 straight games, a season high. Here is Lana Susu, the starting catcher, left-handed hitter for Jason Anderson's ball club. And the first pitch goes to the backstop for strike number 1. This is not an entirely foreign facility for OBU. They played and beat Newman here the first month of the season in the UCO OC Invitational. OBU seated on the third base dugout. Southern Arkansas on the first base side here at Tom Heath Field. 2 balls now and no strikes to Lana Susu. Southern Arkansas comes in hitting .299 of the season. Susu hitting .364 over 24 starts. Here's the 2-0 pitch. Low and outside, 3 balls and no strikes. Southern Arkansas in the past has just set national records one after another in terms of offensive firepower. This year they've hit 31 home runs off their pace of past years, but still very impressive. Called strike at the letters, 3 balls, 1 strike. Infield, outfield playing straight up. Third baseman Asia Henry in a couple of steps from the third base back. No score, just away. Nobody on, 1 out for Southern Arkansas. Here's Younts' pitch, and it's lowered away for ball 4. So Aspen Younts will give up a 1-out walk, and up comes Faith Otts. Faith Otts hitting .296. She's homered 5 times and driven in 17. Their leader in home runs is Lana Susu with 6. She also has a Southern Arkansas high 24 runs driven in. 2 games here today at Tom Heath Field at Oklahoma Christian. Final game of the series tomorrow back in Shawnee on Bison Hill. Younts comes set, brings it home, and the pitch popped into center field. Easy play for Savage. Now moving to her left, puts it away, and that's out number 2. So Younts has retired 2 of the first 3, and here comes Elisa Favela. Favela hitting .319, covering 24 starts. Favela has hit 4 home runs, has 9 doubles to lead Southern Arkansas in that category, and she's driven in 12. Big weekend series for both the Mule Riders and the Bison here in Central Oklahoma. First pitch is upstairs, 1 ball, no strikes. Southern Arkansas is 3 games back of Southeastern of the win column and even of the loss column. Southeastern 17-4, Southern Arkansas 14-4 of the conference. But SAU has dropped 2 of 3 to Southeastern earlier this year. In comes the 1-0 pitch. Upstairs, 2 balls, no strikes. OBU tied currently with Ouachita for 6th. Ouachita owns the head-to-head tiebreaker over the Bison. Both teams are 13-11 of the conference. OBU will close with road series in Monticello next weekend against UAM and in Arkadelphia 2 weeks from now against Henderson State. Time is called as Favela backs out of the batter's box. Southern Arkansas in the top 3 of the Great American Conference with 2 out hits. Here's the 2-0 pitch. That's on the turf, but it's 3 balls and no strikes. So Aspen Younts getting the start today. Normally Kaylee Jones will be the series starter of the circle. Jones battling some nagging injuries, still good to go, but they're giving her an extended break. There's a strike, and it's 3-1. Aspen Younts last week picked up 2 victories against Northwestern, and doing so was very, very impressive, especially in the first game of the series. or the first game of the doubleheader on the final day of that series. The 3-1 pitch is a strike on the outside corner, and it's 3-2 to Favela. Southern Arkansas will strike out. They have struck out 110 times, drawn 91 walks. The hitter Favela has struck out just 8 times in 72 at-bats. 3 balls, 2 strikes, and the pitch, swing and a miss. Got her to chase out of the zone. Down goes Favela, a strikeout and a walk. 1 left for Southern Arkansas in the first. After a half inning, Bison coming up, and we're scoreless from Oklahoma City on the Bison Sports Network. To celebrate 50 years of invested in champions, the OBU Athletics Annual Fund is returning to its roots as the Bison Athletic Association. To learn more about the rebrand and exciting changes to BAA membership benefits, visit obubison.com/BAA. Just on the way, game 1 of the 2 games here at Tom Heath Field today, 2 hours away from the face-off between OBU and Ouachita for the Women's Great American Conference Championship title. That game going on in Shawnee. McKenna Anderson, one of 4 seniors playing her final home games in an OBU uniform this weekend, will lead off. McKenna over 27 games, 25 starts, hitting .329. She'll face one of the best to ever do it in the conference, Victoria Taylor, and the first pitch is in there for a strike. McKenna Anderson has a couple of doubles. She scored 10 runs, struck out 7 times, and driven in 6. One of the leading base stealers of the ball club. She is 5 for 5 in her career, hitting .307. In comes the 0-1 pitch. Slaps it back to the screen. No balls, 2 strikes. McKenna Anderson last weekend against Northwestern was 2 for 9 with a double. She had been hitless the last 2 games prior to hitting safely in 10 of her previous 11. So she's really been seeing the ball better out of the leadoff spot. 0-2 pitch, didn't mean to, went around, strikeout for Victoria Taylor. So Kylie Kawamura now will bat. Kylie hitting .363. She has been up and down in the lineup all season long. 33 hits against the conference. She's batting a 3rd best on the OBU squad, .338. Victoria Taylor gets the sign, now brings it home, and the pitch fouled back to the screen for a strike. It is 0-1. Victoria Taylor is one of the more decorated players in any sport in the history of the Great American Conference. Unless you are a Mule Rider fan, it feels like she has been in Magnolia for 2 decades. Then comes the 0-1 pitch into the handle and fouled back. It's no balls and 2 strikes. Taylor this year fashioning a 2.07 earned run average with 71 strikeouts in 61 innings and only 16 walks. She is allowing less than a full hit per inning of work. And the pitch, called strike 3 on the outside corner. So Victoria Taylor with strikeouts in the top 2 of the OBU order, and here comes right fielder Cheyenne Demery.
Now batting the right fielder, number 21.
Victoria Taylor against Harding and Arkansas Monticello in back-to-back starts on the 6th and the 10th of April. Struck out 15 batters. She struck out 24 during a 3-game stretch that included those 2 and a start on April the 2nd against Henderson State. No balls, 1 strike to Cheyenne Demery. Nobody on, 2 out here in the home half of the first from Tom Heath Field on the Oklahoma Christian campus. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Fly ball into left field. Grace comes in, now moves to her right, puts it away, and a stress-free first inning of work for Victoria Taylor. Both teams come up empty in the first. We move to the second. No score on the Bison Sports Network. Aspen Yount struck out one, walked one for Southern Arkansas to strand a base runner. No score after the Bison go 1-2-3 and out against Victoria Taylor. So here in the second, it'll be Casper, Evans, and Hill if anybody reaches Mason Grace, the left fielder. Southern Arkansas and Oklahoma Baptist, a program and a matchup that OBU has enjoyed minimal success against at best. This has been one of the flagship programs, not only in the conference or the region, but nationally since Jason Anderson ascended to the head coaching duties back in 2015. Elise Casper will lead off. Casper hitting a team best .392, 25th start, 29 hits, 2 home runs, and 14 driven in. Elise Casper has hit safely in 4 straight games, 3 consecutive multi-hit games, with 2 hits each in the first 2 games against Harding last weekend and a 3-for-4 game against the Bisons last Saturday afternoon. First pitch is away, 1 ball, no strikes to Elise Casper. We didn't pick it up a little bit from what it was at the first pitch. Next pitch on the inside corner for a strike, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike. Casper has hit 2 home runs, the last of which came on April the 2nd against Henderson State. Went 2 for 2 with a home run, 2 RBIs in that victory. Up and in, 2 balls, 1 strike. Elise Casper has hit safely in all but 3 games this year for Southern Arkansas. Thus, the team-high .392 batting average, which ranks her among the best of the Great American Conference. Aspen Yount springs it home and misses inside, and it's 3 balls and 1 strike. Yount doesn't want to be giving free passes to Southern Arkansas. She's already gotten by with 1 first-inning walk. Came back to get Otts and Favela. In jeopardy of walking Casper here to start the second. Good swing and fouled it back to the screen. It's 3 balls, 2 strikes. 75th at bat for Elise Casper this year. Her prior 74, she struck out 12 times and has walked just twice, so she is not up there to draw a free pass. Aspen Yount gets the sign, brings it in, and it's fought off and fouled off. Slow roller towards the third base on deck circle, 3 balls, 2 strikes. This recent power surge in terms of 3 consecutive multi-hit games has propelled her batting average to a season best .392. The highest it had been before this weekend was .385 at the start of the Henderson State series back on April the 2nd. Elise Casper, left-hander against the right-hander Aspen Yount. You see her look over to the third base dugout to Sam Maples. And the pitch is the end of the handle, and she fouled it off. That was ball 4. So right there, and the previous 2 pitches before that show you that Elise Casper wants to earn her way on and not stand up there and take pitches and draw walks. Very aggressive hitter, as evidenced by just the 2 walks or the 4 walks this season. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Another foul ball out of play off to our left. If you're looking for the perfect gift for the OBU student, alumni, or fan in your life, visit shopobubison.com, the official online store of Oklahoma Baptist University Athletics, for the best selection of officially licensed gifts, apparel, and much more, with proceeds benefiting OBU. Here's the 3-2 pitch into the handle again and driven back to the screen. 225 to straightaway center field here at Tom Heath Field. 200 both down the left and right field lines. And the right field line will be in play today with that wind pushing the ball for the left center field fence towards the right field foul pole. In comes the 3-2 pitch, and it's popped up. Left center field, over goes Savage to put it away, and that is out number one. So Casper gave her a little bit of help, but give Aspen Yount some credit because she battled back from down 3-1 of the count to induce a pop fly out. And up comes the second baseman, Sarah Evans. Sarah Evans hitting .281. This is her 24th appearance of the year. And the first pitch is a strike, and Aspen Yount fell down as she threw it. You can see Yount's laughing. And now out goes her catcher, Josie Sparks. They're looking at her cleat. So Sarah Evans behind 0-1. And they're continuing to work on the left cleat, or is Aspen Yount of her left cleat. Gets an assist from the shortstop, Cheyenne Sandoval. No score, top of the second. Series opener between Southern Arkansas and Oklahoma Baptist. Yount still with a grin on her face. Looks over, gets the sign. Now brings in the 0-1 pitch. Rise ball high, 1 ball, 1 strike. Sarah Evans, 3 home runs, 20 driven in. 10 of her 18 hits have gone for extra bases. 7 of those are doubles. Evans had a 4-hit game last time out against Harding. The pitch, swing and a miss. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The 3 hits equaled a second-best total of 3 against Henderson State on April the 2nd. She had a 4-hit ball game and drove in 4 against Delta State, the second game of the season. Here's the 1-2 pitch, way outside, 2 balls, 2 strikes. It goes without saying that if you've been a college athlete the last couple of years, you've certainly dealt with a lot. And a lot of teams have had to shuffle their spring schedules this season because of winter weather and rainy conditions. Southern Arkansas has been probably is affected by that as much or more than anybody else. They missed 7 to 15 of their first 17 scheduled dates. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Downstairs, 3 balls, 2 strikes. And again, everybody has had to deal with different circumstances, but that probably as much as anything has led to the slower than usual start for the Mule Riders, who at one point tumbled from number 1 to number 24 nationally. Fly ball out into right, Demery tracking and makes the catch. You can see the wind push it a little bit towards the foul line. It's a fair ball catch, and Evans is out number 2. Christina Hill will be the batter. Christina Hill comes in hitting .293 in the season. 22 hits, 5 doubles, 3 home runs, and 13 driven in. So Aspen Yount's doing a good job first time through the Mule Rider lineup. In comes the first pitch downstairs, 1 ball, no strikes. Christina Hill had 2 hits, 3 at-bats. Hit her 3rd home run of the year and drove in her 13th run of the season, last time out against Harding. Lays off a off-speed pitch, taken for a strike, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike. So Jason Anderson with a healthy dose of left-handers against the right-hander Aspen Yount at his lineup. Aspen still having some problems with her cleat on the left foot on this synthetic turf surface. Beautiful facility here in North Oklahoma City. It's not really all that old, less than 10 years old. 1 ball, 1 strike in the pitch downstairs. Oklahoma Christian headed up by Shannon Hayes. Shannon, of course, was the head coach at Lubbock Christian when that program started. He was also the head coach at Colorado Christian, where Sam Maples was his assistant before coming to OBU. Foul tip on a check swing. It's now 2 balls, 2 strikes. So thus the connection and likely the availability of this facility this weekend for OBU to move from a wet home field here to a dry turf at Oklahoma Christian. 2 balls and 2 strikes, and another fly ball out shallow left field. Out goes the shortstop Sandoval. Makes the catch, and it's a 1-2-3 second for Aspen Youts. After 1.5, still scoreless, Southern Arkansas and Oklahoma Baptist on the Bison Sports Network.
Yeah, I think if you gotta go like out, and like.
No score, bottom of the second inning here from Tom Heath Field in Oklahoma City. Series opener between Southern Arkansas and Oklahoma Baptist. Take a look at the conference standings entering the weekend. Southeastern 17-4, Southern Arkansas 14-4. Arkansas Tech, who has just gotten red hot since they left Shawnee, third at 14-7. Southern Nazarene Harding, then Oklahoma Baptist and Ouachita tied for 6th. Southwestern rounds out the top 8 at 9-12. Josie Sparks will lead off, the second against Victoria Taylor. Sparks is hitting .264 with 3 home runs and 16 driven in. Josie will face Victoria Taylor for the first time. And Victoria Taylor mowing down OBU 1-2-3 in her half inning of work back in the first with a couple of strikeouts. Taylor brings it home, and the first pitch is fouled back to the screen for a strike. If you're a hitter, you need to be ready to swing the bat when you go up against somebody like Victoria Taylor. She is not going to throw a lot of balls out of the strike zone. You can see Sparks attacking to the first pitch from Victoria Taylor. Taylor gets the sign from her catcher, now brings it home, and the pitch swing and a miss. No balls, 2 strikes. Victoria Taylor, 9-1 with an earned run average of 2.07. Appearance 14, start number 11. 3 complete games and 3 shutouts. She has worked now 62 innings. That is the most on the staff. Sydney Waiter came in actually in 11 appearances, having worked 2/3 of an inning more than Taylor before this start. In comes the pitch. Swing and a miss. And the count now is 1 ball, 2 strikes. They called an illegal pitch on the previous offering from Taylor, so it did not count as a strike. Now it is 1-2. Nobody on, nobody out. Here's Taylor's pitch, fouled back to the netting again. Victoria Taylor with a couple of more strikeouts today, now has struck out 71 against just 16 walks in 62 innings. She has yielded a batting average against of just .207. Victoria Taylor hits the sign, now brings it home, and the pitch stays upstairs. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes, and now they punched her out. So a late call for the home plate umpire, and Sparks walks back to the first or third base dugout.
Now batting designated player number 19.
So here is Caitlin Marsh. Caitlin Marsh hitting .229 over 25 games and 24 starts. Her 7 doubles is tied for the team lead. Her 6 RBIs ranks her in the bottom half of the everyday starters. Marsh, a left-hander against the right-hander Taylor with the pitch. Fouled back to the netting for a strike. It's 0-1. Southern Arkansas was ranked number 1 in mid-March and then tumbled to number 24 nationally. They're back up to 22nd after winning a series against Harding last week. The reason they went tumbling for the top spot was they went through a rocky stretch of 14 games when they went 8-6. Fly ball left field. Grace is there. Now runs in as the wind was holding it up a little bit, and she'll make the running catch for out number 2. So 5 up, 5 down for OBU against Victoria Taylor. And here's the first baseman, Emily Richardson.
Batting for the Bison, first baseman number 8.
During that 14-game stretch from March the 10th through March the 27th, Southern Arkansas went just 8-6, and they lost the series to Southeastern 2-1. First pitch from Taylor is swatted out of play to our right for a strike. Since that 8-6 stretch that ended on March the 27th, the Mule Riders have won 8 straight and again have climbed back to number 22 nationally. Bison have won 3 straight after sweeping Northwestern out of Shawnee last weekend. Fastball high, 1 ball, 1 strike. Victoria Taylor, the 5th-year senior, right-hander, all-conference, all-regional, all-American, won 1 pitch. Out of play, third base side, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Victoria Taylor, last week against Harding, made 2 appearances, the second of which was in relief. Came in to seal the deal on a 6-1 Mule Rider victory. In that inning, she ended up picking up a no decision. She picked up her 9th victory earlier that weekend. 7 innings, 3 hits, 8 strikeouts against the Harding Bisons. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Good swing, fouled it back, and Richardson stays alive at 1-2. For the 11th time in her career, Victoria Taylor is currently the Great American Conference Pitcher of the Week. After those 8 innings of 3-hit shutout baseball last weekend. 1-2 pitch, and she got her look into the outside corner. Richardson knew it. She couldn't pull the trigger. Taylor now has struck out 4 of the 6 outs in the books. We go to the 3rd. No score from Oklahoma Christian on the Bison Sports Network. No score. We go to the 3rd. Here with the series opener from Tom Heath Field in Oklahoma City. It'll be 8-9-1 due up to face Aspen Younts. For the lower third of the lineup, it will be their first time to see Aspen in this ballgame. Trade it in for more. Buy it for less at Hudeberg Auto Group. Visit Hudeberg.com to browse their selection of thousands of new and pre-owned vehicles or stop by one of their 4 metro locations. Bison fans, you can stay up to date on the latest in OBU sports, and there's a lot going on, especially on this championship weekend. You can follow Oklahoma Baptist University Athletics on Facebook and on Twitter and Instagram at OBU_athletics. Mason Grace to lead off. Top of the 3rd inning. Younts is yet to give up a hit, has walked 1, and the rise ball stays upstairs. 1 ball, no strikes. Mason Grace hitting a light 146. This is her 22nd start, 24th appearance. She has 7 hits over the previous 23 games. 1-0 pitch is downstairs. It's 2 balls and no strikes. Mason Grace, then McKenna Morton, and then Jackson Dixon, top of the order. In comes the pitch. In there for a strike, and it is 2-1. Bouncing ball to short. Up with it, Sandoval guns to first, and there's one out. I'd written it down wrong on my score sheet. It is Jackson Dyson and not Dixon.
Now batting right fielder number 3.
And she will be the on-deck hitter after McKenna Morton bats. McKenna Morton making just her 10th start, hitting .273. She has 6 hits, and half of those have been for extra bases, including 2 home runs. And she has driven in 4. In comes the pitch. And downstairs, 1 ball, no strikes. Championship weekend on Bison Hill at 2 o'clock today. Oklahoma Baptist and Ouachita go at it for the Women's Great American Conference Soccer Championship. Third and final day of the Great American Conference Track and Field Championships going on in Magnolia. Called strike. It's 1-1. After 2 days, Harding's women with a comfortable lead over second place OBU. OBU with a comfortable lead over Harding in the men's race. Baseball, a huge weekend series that will get underway at 3 o'clock with the first of 2 at Southern Arkansas. Liner foul up the right field side, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. So a lot going on. A lot of student athletes playing for championships this week at Oklahoma Baptist. 6 in a row retired by Aspen Younts. She's ahead 1 ball, 2 strikes to Morton in the pitch into the handle and pop back to the circle. And coming close to the circle is Richardson down the line to make the catch, and that's out number 2.
Now batting shortstop 0, Jackson Dyson.
Jackson Dyson now will be the batter. Dyson 0 for 1, grounded out to short to start the ball game. Jason Anderson in his 7th season in Magnolia, a career record of 578 wins, 158 losses. Inside quarter strike, and it's 0-1. Jason actually was at fellow Great American Conference school Northwestern Oklahoma State for 1 year before taking the job at Southern Arkansas. He led the Lady Rangers to 41 wins that season. Now time is called by the home plate umpire. Northwestern in 2014 went 41-15 with Anderson at the helm. The next year returned to his home state of Arkansas and has really established the Mule Riders as one of the premier programs in Division II softball. 0-1 the count to Dyson. Nobody on, 2 out in the third. Younts' pitch. Outside quarter strike, and it's 0-2. Sam Maples, 3rd season at Oklahoma Baptist, 49 wins, 34 against conference. In her career, OBU is 18-26 at home, but the Bison are +4, 10-6 this year on their home ballpark. This will count as a home game. Ball fouled on a play on the first base, stuck out. First 2 games here at OC this weekend. Final game and senior day activities take place tomorrow back in Shawnee. That's scheduled for a 2 o'clock first pitch. Nothing to 2 the count to Jackson Dyson. And a called third strike on the outside quarter. Good pitch by Aspen Younts, and she is on cruise control and needs to be up against Victoria Taylor today. Second consecutive 1-2-3 inning for the Mule Riders against Younts after 2.5. Still scoreless in Oklahoma City on the Bison Sports Network. Bison looking for their first base run of the afternoon against Victoria Taylor. Will send Henry, Sandoval, and Savage up here in the bottom of the third inning. Taylor has struck out for the sixth that she's faced. Meanwhile, Aspen Younts has been up to the task again for OBU, having retired 8 straight. So Asia Henry will step in. First pitch, a big swing, no contact for a strike. It's 0-1. Henry making her 29th start, hitting .205 with 16 hits. 4 of those have left the ballpark, and she's driven in 15. It'll be hard to get one out to left and left center today. In comes the 0-1 pitch. In tight, 1 ball, 1 strike. Other conference games going on around the league today. Northwestern is in Searcy to take on Harding. Washita is at Southeastern. Henderson State at East Central, and Southern Nazarene welcomes in Arkansas Monticello. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Southwestern is in Russellville this weekend to take on Arkansas Tech. That series has been pushed back from Friday, Saturday now to Sunday, Monday. One ball, 2 strikes. Taylor brings it in, and a foul ball back to the netting for Asia Henry. Asia was just 1 for 8 against Northwestern pitching. She drew a walk against the Lady Rangers last week. It was her first walk in a couple of series, and that only hit is her only hit in the last 8 games. Pitch wide of the target, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Victoria Taylor in her last 2 starts against Arkansas, Monticello, and Harding has allowed just 7 hits and struck out 15. Here's the 2-2 pitch. It's hit pretty well, but tailing fouled out of play on the left field side. Against both UAM and Harding, those two combined to hit just 163 off the 5th-year senior Victoria Taylor. She had a historic win last week against Harding on the road. It was career victory number 76. In comes the 2-2 pitch and a called third strike in the outside corner. The Bison have got to go up and be aggressive. They have been to the first and second pitches. That is the 4th time, though, that a hitter has been punched out on strikes.
Illegal pitch.
And now they're going to call an illegal pitch. Jason Anderson quickly appears out of the first base dugout. And so that's going to put Asia Henry back into the batter's box. And instead of being a called third strike, it'll be 3 balls and 2 strikes. And Jason is not at all happy. You can see him with the field umpire right now. That win last week we were talking about from Victoria Taylor was number 76 of her career. It moved her past Henderson State's Michelle Sorensen for the most career pitching victories in the circle in the history of the Great American Conference. The shutout was her 23rd of her career. That also surpassed Sorensen for number 1 all-time in that category in conference history. So 2 balls, 2 strikes. Jason Anderson finally grumbles as he goes off to the far side. The count 3 balls and 2 strikes now against Asia Henry. Here's the pitch. And did she go? No, she did not, so it's a walk. And Jason Anderson is out of the dugout again, chewing on the field umpire. Now, the field umpire is telling him to get back in the dugout, and Jason is not ready to hold his peace yet. You knew that was going to happen just as soon as the field or the home plate umpire signaled down to first to try and get some help. And now the field umpire is going to come and down the line and visit with the home plate umpires. Reagan Ford will come in and run for Asia Henry at first. So OBU's first base runner comes on, if you're Jason Anderson, a controversial walk to start the third after it looked like Victoria Taylor had struck out Henry looking. Henry was then called back on an illegal pitch, and then a pitch that just missed. Henry, they said, did not offer through the zone on an appeal, and Henry ends up at first base. So the reason that the field umpire came down towards home plate, he had issued a warning to Jason Anderson, the seventh-year head coach for Southern Arkansas, and that was to be made official to the home plate umpire. So let's see if Cheyenne Sandoval is called upon to bunt right here. Reagan Ford coming in to run at first with good speed, and Shelby Savage, the veteran, awaiting on deck. First pitch is a bunt. That's a good one, and that's going to be a base hit. She pushed that right between the circle and the third base bag with the wheel play on for Southern Arkansas. That meant Otts, the third baseman, came charging. Dyson went covering towards third, and there was nobody home. So an infield hit for Oklahoma Baptist, and now it's 2 on, nobody out for Shelby Savage. That is as good of a bunt as you'll ever see by Cheyenne Sandoval. So in back-to-back hitters, the perfect game and the no-hitter go by the wayside. First pitch to Savage is lowered away. 1 ball, no strikes. Shelby Savage playing in her 212th game, hitting career 280, has driven in 58 RBIs, and she drops down a bunt again. 1 play for the third baseman. Coming in is Otts. She'll make it in time to Evans, the second baseman, covering, but it's a sacrifice. Over to third goes Henry. Sandoval to second. Now for the top of the order with McKenna Anderson. So 5-4, the sacrifice. And Anderson, who struck out swinging back in the first, has a chance to give OBU the early lead. McKenna in her career has 75 hits, 27 RBIs. Now would be a delightful time to add to that total. She shows bunt. Orders come charging. The pitch is in the outside corner for a strike. So Sam Maples turning up the pressure on the Mule Rider defense here in the third after a leadoff walk and then an infield bunt single to Sandoval. Ford running for Henry is at third. Sandoval, the runner, at second. Victoria Taylor winds and delivers, and the pitch slapped out of play. No balls, 2 strikes. McKenna Anderson, 2 for 9, a double against Northwestern. Prior to that, she'd been hitless over a 2-game span. But before that, she had a base hit in 10 of her last 11. So she has started to catch fire. The average back up to a respectable 329. In comes the 0-2 pitch, and a little low and outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes. So after doing nothing through 2 innings, and it looked like Henry was going to be punched out looking to start the third, all of a sudden OBU has a real threat with 1 out here in the third. Then comes the 1-2 pitch, popped out of play. So McKenna Anderson will get at least 1 more look from Victoria Taylor. Told you that Victoria Taylor twice this year has been named the Great American Conference Pitcher of the Week, most recently for last week. That gives her 11 such honors from the conference. That is by far and away the most for any individual in softball, and the 5th most weekly honors among all athletes, male or female, in league history. 1 ball, 2 strikes, and another pop-up out of play over the third base dugout. You think about that, this league has been in existence for over a decade. All the terrific individual performances, both male and female. And Victoria Taylor's 11 weekly honors from the Great American Conference, 5th among all athletes in history. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Runners at second and third. The pitch again popped up and straight back and out of play.
Did you get a ink cartridge?
No, so Murray immediately has the ink cartridge in his car.
Of course it does.
So like he put it in the baseball printer. I said, well,
Taylor had retired 6 straight before walking Asia Henry here in the third, then an infield single for Cheyenne Sandoval. This 5-4 Savage sacrifice has OBU poised to take an early jump. See if McKenna Anderson can do something on a 1-2 pitch. Another slow roller, foul, and gloved by the bare hands of Sam Maples in the third base box. OBU coming off a 3-0 series win over Northwestern, pushed them back to 2 games above 500 in the conference at 13-11. With a favorable closing final 2 weeks to the regular season, the pitch again stays alive. Anderson is putting on a clinic as to how to fight off 2 strike pitches here in this 3rd inning at bat. McKenna Anderson does not strike out very much at all, just 7 strikeouts in 71 at-bats. And that included her first inning strikeout. Taylor rocks and fires, and the pitch again is popped out of play. McKenna Anderson, there's a lot of things as an athlete and a competitor she despises, but I don't know that I've ever seen anybody hate striking out more than McKenna Anderson does. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2nd and 3rd, 1 out for OBU. Another ground ball, this one just foul up the 3rd base side. Well, there is nothing that Victoria Taylor can throw now that McKenna Anderson hasn't seen multiple times in this at-bat. The 11th pitch of the at-bat coming up. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Anderson. Taylor delivers. And a fly ball out into shallow left center field. It's going to drop. Coming home is Reagan Ford. The throw not in time, but it's 1-0 Oklahoma Baptist. Now that might be one of the better at-bats you'll see this season from a Bison. On the 12th pitch, she was able to bloop it out against the wind into shallow left center field. And she put it right in the area between Casper, Morton, and Evans. So Sandoval goes to 3rd. Anderson delivers the RBI. It's 1-0 Oklahoma Baptist for Kylie Kalamura. Kalamura struck out on a called 3rd strike back of the 1st. 1-0 Bison. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Chased one away. No balls, 1 strike. This all started after Asia Henry was thought to have struck out on a called 3rd strike. They called an illegal pitch. The count went to 3-2. The very next offering resulted in a walk. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Fouls that one back, and it's no balls, 2 strikes. Kalamura trying desperately to extend a 1-0 Bison lead. She's chased a couple of pitches that have been out of the zone in this at-bat. Bison 1, Mule Riders nothing here in the bottom of the 3rd. In comes the pitch, and she swings and misses. 3 straight swings at pitches out of the zone, and that is out number 2, and here comes Cheyenne Demery.
Batting for the Bison, right fielder number 21, Cheyenne.
Cheyenne Demery, a career .324 hitter. 2nd all-time in home runs with 35, 4th all-time in RBIs with 134. Here's the pitch. At the knees for a strike, it's 0-1. Sandoval, over the last 5 Great American Conference Series, is hitting .444. Went 4 for 8, a couple of RBIs, 3 runs scored, and a double against Northwestern. The pitch, little fly ball out into left. Moving to her left is Grace. She pulls it in. The inning is over. OBU gets 1 on 2 hits, and they leave 2 aboard. We go to the 4th in Oklahoma City. 1-0 Oklahoma Baptist on the Bison Sports Network. 1-0 Oklahoma Baptist over 22nd-ranked Southern Arkansas here on the campus of Oklahoma Christian. Todd Miller with you on the Bison Sports Network. Bison softball brought to you by Boomerang Diners. It's not fast food, it's good food fast. They are based in Shawnee. Stop by one of their 2 locations in town or order online at boomerangdiner.com. So Lena Susu, who is the most powerful hitter in this Mule Rider lineup, will lead off the 4th. Big moment of this ball game after OBU hands Aspen Younts a 1-0 lead. Younts now will face the 2, 3, and 4-hole hitters for Southern Arkansas. Lena Susu, the only Mule Rider to reach. She walked with 1 out and was stranded at first, back of the 1st.
So it works. It just needs to read.
Aspen Younts fires away, and the first pitch is outside. 1 ball, no strikes. For Aspen, this is start number 13, her 20th appearance, one behind the team leader Kaylee Jones in that category. Younts with a record of 6 wins, 8 losses, and earned run average of 4.08 entering play today. High and in tight, 2 balls now, no strikes to Susu. In 79 innings, Aspen Younts has struck out 77. She has now walked 33 and a batting average against of less than 250. In comes the pitch. Swing and a miss. 2 balls, 1 strike as Susu was swinging for the right field fence here at Tom Heath Field. 22 extra base hits allowed in those 79 innings this year for Aspen Younts. The 2-1 pitch. Into the fist and pop back to the circle. Younts has it, and there's 1 out here in the 4th. So here is Faith Otts. Otts flied out to Shelby Savage in center, her first inning at bat. This has been, to this point, a gem of a game turned in by Aspen Younts. 1-0 Bison. We are at the top of the 4th inning. Aspen winds and delivers, and the pitch is upstairs for ball 1. OBU has been in so many games just like this season, decided by 1 or 2 runs. They've handed leads over to the opposition after having the advantage in the 5th inning or later this year. Hard hit ground ball, foul on the third base side, 1 ball, 1 strike. 18-13, not a bad record at all. 13-11 in conference, but this team very easily could have 5, 6 more wins in league play. And then you're talking about playing for a regular season championship. Sam Maples has done a terrific job in this, her 2nd full season, her 3rd overall on Bison Hill with his team. 1-1 pitch. Fastball away, cut on a miss for a strike, 1-2. Faith Otts, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Nobody on, 1 out. In comes Younts' pitch and a fly ball. Towering fly ball into left. Out goes Sandoval. In comes the left fielder Anderson, and it drops out of her reach. And good base running by Otts, who stands into second with a double. The wind just continued to push that ball back towards the infield. And Anderson got there but couldn't quite get the glove extended enough to make the play. Tomorrow that will look like a gap double. Today it looks like a real cheap hit. Elisa Favela now will bat. She struck out swinging back in the 1st. So the tying run on base for Southern Arkansas, 1 out here in the 4th. And the first pitch is upstairs, 1 ball, no strikes. Give Faith Otts a lot of credit, though, and I said it at the time, that was good base running because she legged it out to first, and a ball that barely got out of the infield turned out to be a double. And she made it easily to second base. 1-0 pitch. Upstairs, 2 balls, no strikes. Sam Maples won 17 games their first year in Shawnee. They were 14-10, tied for second in the conference when last year's season was cut very short 18 and 13 this year, called strike, and it's 2-1. Sam very excited about what she's bringing in. Future is very, very bright for Oklahoma Baptist softball. 2-1 the count. Younce's pitch. She has popped up. That'll get out of play. And the count evens up. 2 balls, 2 strikes. This is a program that, dating back to the NAI days, has a lot of tradition of the softball diamond. Fallen on hard times in the last decade, but Sam Maples, with her first head coaching assignment, is up to the task in Shawnee. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Little soft liner into center field, and they'll put the brakes on Otts at second. So back-to-back hits for the 3 and 4 holes sets the table for Elise Casper.
Now batting center fielder number 9.
I can assure you Faith Otts and Jason Anderson knew that immediately, had no chance to score. The momentum of Savage on that ground ball into center field would have allowed her to cut down Otts without very little trouble. Now Maples out to discuss strategy of the circle. Shelby Savage has 4 outfield assists this year. And she has cut down a couple of late-game runners in home games this year that have helped propel OBU to a victory. So the tying run stands at third. Go-ahead run at first for the Mule Runners. 1-0, we're in the fourth, and Elise Casper, the batter. Casper flew out to center field to start the second against Aspen Younce. A lot of Younce's starts have been just like this, as we get a courtesy runner out there at first base.
Pinch runner from Southern Arkansas, number 13, Natalie Phillips.
Natalie Phillips will run at first base for Favela. We're at the quarters, 1 out. Younce has had air pockets in about every stretch of games this season. Can she get out of this one? Fly ball, well hit center field. That's over the head of Savage. She makes the adjustment, can't make the catch. A run will score. They're going to wave around. Phillips to third. The throw comes in, and it's offline, but backing up the play is going to be McKenna Anderson. So it's a 1-1 ball game, and the tied run stands at third base. I'm going to tell you, that ball was really well hit into that wind. So an RBI double for Casper. Savage can cover a lot of ground, but that ball, you knew off the bat, was trouble. It was over her head. She made an adjustment, then couldn't make the catch near the warning track. So Sarah Evans, who flied out to right, now will bat. Corners are brought in. Infield brought in as well for the Bison. The first pitch is upstairs. 1 ball, no strikes. 1 run, 3 hits. 2 of those have gone for extra bases. It's a 1-1 tie here in the fourth. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Little fister, that's back to the netting. 1 ball, 1 strike. Sarah Evans hitting .281 entering this one. She has driven in 20. Those 20 RBIs, second of the ball club, only to Lena Susu's 24. Susu is the only out here in this inning. In tight, 2 balls, 1 strike. Harmless pop-up back to the circle, handled by Aspen Younce. Otts then doubled on a cheap hit to left that barely got out of the infield. 2-1 pitch is popped up. See if it stays playable. It does not. It deposits into the OBU dugout, and it's 2 balls, 2 strikes. So Phillips is at third. Casper is the runner at second in a 1-1 game here in the fourth. Aspen Younce gets the sign, brings it in. A swing and a miss. Got Evans to chase one up in the zone. And that is arguably the biggest strikeout of the year for Aspen Yance, especially if she forces the Mule Riders to leave the go-ahead runs aboard. Here is Christina Hill, who has driven in 13 on the year. She's homered 3 times, begins the series with 22 hits. Hill popped out to short her first time up, takes upstairs, 1 ball, no strikes. Aspen Yance has now struck out 3, but none bigger than the strikeout of Sarah Evans, the previous batter. 1 ball, no strikes. Good swing, a foul ball back to the netting. It's 1 ball, 1 strike. Final game of the series tomorrow at Lady Bison Softball Park in Shawnee. Senior Day festivities will take place for McKenna Anderson, Cheyenne Demery, Caitlin Marsh, and Shelby Savage. Here's the 1-1 offering. Little low, and it's 2 balls, 1 strike. OBU getting their run at the bottom of the 3rd. Southern Arkansas answering with a run, and they're threatening for more here on the top of the 4th. Infield playing back now, the 2-1 pitch into the handle and lifted out of play. So it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Southern Arkansas has been a good 2-out team this year. Let's see if they can continue that trend here in the 4th. As a Bison fan, you certainly hope not. 2-2 pitch. That's out of play, 3rd base side. So a good battle here between the first baseman, Christina Hill, and Aspen Yance. Two balls, 2 strikes. 2 on, 2 out in the 4th. Aspen winds and brings it home, and a fly ball near home plate. Popped it up near the on-deck circle, and Richardson nearly took it away and did make the catch from Josie Sparks.
Mule Riders, 1 run on 3 hits, no errors, and 2 runners left on base.
So the wind nearly pushed that one out of play, but Emily Richardson coming down from first, able to make the catch to retire the side. 1 run, 3 hits, 2 left. We go to the bottom of the 4th and a 1-1 tie on the Bison Sports Network.
Hey, Todd.
Josie Sparks to lead off the 4th. Welcome back here to Tom Heath Field on the Oklahoma Christian University campus in Oklahoma City. Todd Miller with you on the Bison Sports Network. Josie and then Marsh and then Richardson. Those 3 are a combined 0 for 3 against Victoria Taylor. A couple of strikeouts amongst the 3 as well. So a huge strikeout and then an even bigger foul out. To the final 2 Southern Arkansas hitters in the top of the 4th, keeps it a 1-1 ball game. Josie Sparks waits the first pitch. It's upstairs. 1 ball, no strikes. Josie, the starting catcher today, is platooned behind home plate with Caitlin Marsh, who's on deck. She is the DP in this one. Josie hitting .264 during play today. Next pitch is a strike at the letters. 1 ball, 1 strike. Sparks does have some pop. 3 home runs. She's driven in 16. Homered her first since a 2-home-run game last weekend against Northwestern. A 2-home-run game against Tech came on March the 27th. Swing and a miss. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Josie Sparks has driven in 10 of her 16 runs in just 3 games this year. 5 against Arkansas Tech, 3 RBIs against Northwestern, and 2 ribbies against Southern Nazarene. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Outside, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Went 2 for 3 with 3 RBIs in the series opener last weekend at Shawnee against Northwestern. It was her 5th multi-hit game of the season. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Good swing, fouled it off the top of the backstop and then back down into the crowd. Pretty decent crowd bundled up here today at Tom Heath Field. Mule Riders bringing a decent contingent from Southern Arkansas. Two balls, 2 strikes. Victoria Taylor brings it in. Swing and a miss. Sparks was reaching, and Taylor has another strikeout. 5th strikeout for Victoria Taylor, and here comes Caitlin Marsh, the DP. Caitlin Marsh in 25 previous games, hitting .229. Tied for first, we told you, with 7 doubles. She has driven in 6. Marsh has dropped off drastically from what she did last year in an abbreviated season. Caitlin is 0 for 1 today. And the first pitch is a liner into center field for a base hit. That's the hardest hit ball that the Bison have today off Victoria Taylor, and it comes with 1 out here in the 4th. Marsh last year, at the time the season was ended, was leading OBU in hits, doubles, and batting average, hitting .452, 33 hits, and 6 doubles in 24 games a year ago. So the Bison have a runner aboard with 1 out, and Emily Richardson coming to the plate. The first pitch is a called strike. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Little soft liner into right. Coming in quickly is Morton, who makes the catch. Throws back in behind the runner at first, who's back in safely. Now there's 2 outs.
Now batting third baseman number 20.
You get the feeling, and this is certainly nothing new, the second time through the lineup, a team getting more confidence with somebody in the circle, but OBU getting better swings, better at bats. Second time through against Victoria Taylor. Here's Asia Henry, who takes wide, 1 ball, no strikes. Asia was involved in that strange at-bat back in the 3rd that turned the inning. She drew a leadoff walk, looked to be punched out on a 2-2 pitch. They called it an illegal pitch. Count went to 3-2, and she walked on the very next offering. Didn't mean to, went around on 1 up and in, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike. That sent Jason Anderson into orbit. He and the field umpire had some words. A warning was issued to the 7th-year Mule Rider head coach. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Well behind that one. It's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Asia Henry from Oklahoma City transferred to Bison Hill from Butler Community College. Here's the 1-2 pitch. That was at the eyes, and she slaps it back and out of play. OBU with a run of the 3rd. Southern Arkansas with their lone run here in the top of the 4th. A 1-1 tie here at Tom Heath Field. Mule Riders were the preseason favorites to win the Great American Conference, and why not? They have dominated this league. In the last half-decade or more, OBU was picked 6th in the coaches' preseason ballot into that same league poll. 1 ball, 2 strikes in the pitch. Swing and a miss. OBU can't lay off the pitch away. And 2 more strikeouts here in the 4th for Taylor. 1 hit, 1 left for the Bison. We go to the 5th. It's a 1-1 tie here on the Bison Sports Network. 8, 9, and 1 for the second time in the last 3 innings to lead off here in the 5th inning for the Mule Riders. 1-1 our score. Southern Arkansas, 1 run, 3 hits back in the 4th. OBU has 1 run on 3 hits today. One of those a scratch infield single back in the 3rd inning from Cheyenne Sandoval. So Mason Grace, who grounded out short to first, will lead off here in the Southern Arkansas 5th inning. Aspen Younts has pitched really well with the exception of that 4th inning. Here's the pitch. Soft liner and caught by Kalamura, the second baseman. So 1 pitch, 1 out. And even in that 4th inning, you have to say that Aspen didn't pitch poorly. After Southern Arkansas had got the game tied at 1-1 and had the go-ahead runs in scoring position, Younts bared down, got Evans swinging, and then a foul out to Christina Hill to end the threat. McKenna Morton now will bat. She popped out to first, her first time up, and takes the first pitch through there for a strike. Cloudy skies, winds gusted over 15, close to 20 miles per hour out of the north-northwest now. They were out of the north-northwest at 13 when we threw our first pitch just afternoon. Here's the pitch, rise ball upstairs, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike. One ball, 1 strike. Nobody on, 1 out in the 5th inning. Southern Arkansas ranked 22nd in the country. Here's the 1-1 pitch. That one skips to home plate. 2 balls, 1 strike. Big series for Oklahoma Baptist this weekend as they try to stay in the top 8 and qualify for the conference postseason tournament in about 3 weeks over in Bentonville. Currently tied for 6th in the conference. 3 balls now and 1 strike. If the season ended today, they would be the number 7 seed because Ouachita won 2 out of 3 from the Bison in the first month of the season in Shawnee. Both teams, the Tigers and the Bison, are 13 and 11 of the conference. Here's the 3-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Good placement by Younts, and it's 3-2. Three balls, 2 strikes. 1 out here in the 5th in a 1-1 game. In comes Younts' pitch, and it's lined just past the glove of the shortstop Sandoval all the way to left center field. Morton slides in ahead of the throw with a 1-out double. So Southern Arkansas has 4 hits in the last 2 innings, and 3 of those have been doubles. They came in with 40 doubles on the season, and now Jackson Dyson, the top of the order, will step to the plate. Jackson Dyson is 0 for 2 against Younts today, grounded short to first, and then was called out on a 3rd strike in the 3rd inning. Boy, that is a key hit by Morton because it keeps the inning alive for the top of the order with only 1 out. Here is Younts' first pitch at the letters for a strike, nothing to win the count. Susu on deck, top of the 5th inning. 1 ball, no strikes, and the pitch in there for a strike. It evens up, 1 ball and 1 strike. Southern Arkansas in 24 games with 141 runs scored of the year. In comes the 1-1 pitch. On the carpet, good block that time by Sparks to keep the runner at second. It's 2-1. Two balls, 1 strike. And the pitch fouled out of play. We've seen a lot of those from both lineups in this one today. Chick-fil-A Shawnee is a proud sponsor of Bison Softball. Download the Chick-fil-A One mobile app today and start scanning your way to earning free food. Here's Younce's 2-2 pitch and a pop-up on the infield. Younce will get out of the way, and now it's Sandoval that comes racing between Kawamura and Aspen and makes the catch. And Dyson, a very dangerous hitter, is now 0 for 3. And it's up to Lena Susu. Susu is really dangerous, hitting .364, team high 6 home runs and a Mule Rider best 24 RBIs. She's walked and popped out to Aspen Younce. In comes the pitch. Big swing, no contact, and a strike. It's 0-1. Susu, a senior. Pitch is a called strike, and it's no balls, 2 strikes. Susu, Otts, and Favela, the 2, 3, and 4 hitters for the Mule Riders, all are seniors. Aspen Younce with an 0-2 pitch. Way outside, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Southern Arkansas has won a season-high 8 straight after that 14 games patch in which they went 8-6. In comes the 1-2 pitch. Just misses away, and it's 2-2. Bison getting a much-needed home field sweep of Northwestern last week after a rough 4-game road trip to Durant and Bethany in which they went 1-3 and held leads in the 6th inning or later in all 3 of the losses. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Rise ball upstairs. It's off of Sparks' glove, and the pass ball enables Morton to move into second base or third base. Younce looks like she's had problems and is continuing to have problems with her footing out there in the circle. 3-2 pitch, lined up the left field side, but tailing foul. Looking ahead to the bottom of the 5th, Sandoval, Savage, and then the top of the lineup, McKenna Anderson for Oklahoma Baptist. Younce trying to get us to the bottom of the 5th and keep it a 1-1 tie. Here's the 3-2 pitch. And another pop-up, and that is out of play. Probably could see the flag out in right center field here at Tom Heath Field. It is blowing straight out towards the right field foul pole. That wind is out of the north-northwest here today in North Oklahoma City. 3 balls, 2 strikes, and in comes the pitch. And she walked her. So pretty good at bat for Susu, who stayed alive after being behind in the count to draw a 2-out walk, and now Faith Otts will try to keep this inning going. Otts got the 1-out rally started back of the 4th with a double. A little pop-up to left that just kept being pushed back in towards the infield in less than 3 full steps from the infield. McKenna Anderson could not quite get there and make the catch. Otts has scored the Mule Riders' only run of the ball game. Aspen Younce trying to get through the 5th. Delivers, and the pitch is hit foul, and an error by Jason Anderson in the third base box for a strike. Memory serves me right. I think Jason played collegiately at Arkansas Tech in Russellville. So coming back to Magnolia was certainly a no-brainer. His wife is from the area. Approaching 600 career wins. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Skied and fouled on the left field side. No balls, 2 strikes. So let's see if Aspen can close out Faith Otts, and in doing so, shut out the Mule Riders here in this fifth inning. Yep, they did two the count. Otts is 1 for 2 today. Here's the pitch. Chop it in. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Really no chance of rain today. We've had drizzle and or light rain in central Oklahoma much of the week. That's the reason the series has, at least the first day, been moved from Shawnee to Oklahoma City. That would hit her. No, it hit her bat. It hit the bottom of the bat. And so that's a foul ball, so Ott stays in there.
I mean, it maybe hit her hand, but it hit her bat too, so it's
Otts is telling Jason Anderson it hit her. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Younts brings it home, and a fly ball should do it. Left field, Anderson comes in, and the inning is over. 1 hit, no runs, 2 left. Southern Arkansas has left 5 through 5 innings against Aspen. It's a 1-1 game, though, as we head to the home half of the 5th here on the Bison Sports Network. Todd Miller back here with you at Tom Heath Field in Oklahoma City. First 2 games of this weekend home series being moved here to the OC campus. And it's a 1-1 game as we go to the 5th. Cheyenne Sandoval and Shelby Savage, and then the top of the lineup, McKenna Anderson against Victoria Taylor. Sandoval had a great bunt back in the 3rd. In comes Taylor's first pitch. It's low, 1 ball, no strikes. Sandoval, you thought she was going to sacrifice bunt, but the way the Mule Riders defended that bunt, she just pushed it between the circle and the third base bag, and nobody covered it short for an infield single. Little tapper up the third base line, and that hits fair and rolls foul. So the count's 1 ball, 1 strike. The Stampede has a new name and a brand new benefit. Learn more about the exciting changes to OBU's athletic annual fund, including how to make your 100% tax-deductible contribution at obubison.com/BAA. 1 ball, 1 strike. Nobody on, nobody out in the 5th. Here's the pitch. 1 hop back to the circle. Taylor has it and over to first. And Sandoval is disposed of to start the 5th, 1-3. So here is Shelby Savage, who's had pretty good games in her career against the Mule Riders. This is her start, 212 of her career. A 280 career hitter, has a sacrifice earlier today. Tried to drop that bunt down and missed. It's a strike. It's 0-1. Savage is 3rd all-time at OBU in stolen bases, 10th all-time in hits with 175. Oh, 0-1 the count. And a ground ball into right field.
yeah, that's gonna be an error.
And that went right underneath the wicket of Christina Hill, the first baseman. So the first error of the ball game gives OBU a 1-out base runner. And let's see if Savage will be on the move at all for McKenna Anderson. Southern Arkansas this year has permitted 32 stolen bases. Opponents are 32 of 40 running against the Mule Runners. Righty Taylor, lefty Anderson to the first pitch is a bouncing ball to second. They'll apply the tag, now throw to first, and safe at first base is Anderson. So Savage is tagged out, 4 unassisted. And that was really positioned well and hit well enough to get a double play. Fortunately for the Bison, McKenna Anderson really can run. And now Savage is being sent back to second base by Sam Maples, who's going out to the field to visit with the umpire. I don't know if she's questioning whether or not the tag was applied. That, to me, would be the only thing. But again, Savage, who had left second base, comes back and is standing out there right now. And they're going to say she is out, so 4 unassisted. The call stands. And the fielder's choice for McKenna Anderson is Kawamura now will bat.
Second baseman number 17, Kylie Kawamura.
Kawamura scored 3 times, had 4 hits in the 3 games last weekend at home over Northwestern. She has a 4-game hit streak. First pitch, strike on the outside corner, 0-1. Kylie has struck out twice today. During her 4-game hit streak, all 5 hits have been singles. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Hit hard and foul, third base side. You can see the sun trying to peek through overhead. So Kylie Kawamura in an 0-2 hole. Kawamura had struck out just 10 times in 91 at-bats coming in. She struck out twice against Taylor today. In an 0-2 hole here in the 5th, and the pitch is popped out, shallow right field. In comes the right fielder Morton, who makes the catch, and the inning is over.
No hits, 1 error, and 1 runner.
No runs, no hits, 1 error, 1 left for Oklahoma Baptist in the 5th. We head to the 6th. It's a 1-1 tie at Oklahoma City on the Bison Sports Network.
Yeah, then I'll just pull it off.
Aspen Younts has gone through 5, allowed 1 run, 4 hits, 3 of those for extra bases. She's walked 2, struck out 3. It's a 1-1 tie as we go here to the 4th on the campus of Oklahoma Christian University.
Oh, really?
Elisa Favela, the DP, will lead off, then Elise Casper and Sarah Evans.
Designated player number 22.
This was the part of the order that really gave Yount some problems back in that 1-run 4th inning. Elise Favela has a single, the only non-extra base hit of the 4th today for the Mule Runners. First pitch is a changeup, downstairs, 1 ball, no strikes. '22nd ranked Southern Arkansas and Oklahoma Baptist. Sam Maples trying to beat Jason Anderson head-to-head for the first time. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Upstairs, looked like it was at the letters. It's 2 balls, no strikes. Still trying to figure out the umpire, and he is very lethargic on his calls.
Good. That's probably why he got a warning.
In comes the 2-0 pitch. In there for a strike. 2 balls, 1 strike. Aspen Younts retired 8 of the 9 Southern Arkansas hitters the first time through the lineup. Second time through has been a little bit different story as Southern Arkansas has made some adjustments against the junior right-hander. Here's the pitch. Hard hit, ground ball, third. 2 balls, 2 strikes as it was foul. Southeastern hosting Ouachita this weekend, so the Bison and the Tigers, who are currently tied for 6th with 13 and 11 league records, get the top 2 teams of the conference this weekend. OBU hosting second place Southern Arkansas, Ouachita visiting first place Southeastern. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Fly ball, well hit, right field, trouble. On the move is Demery at the wall, gone. Oppo home run, Favela, and it's 2-1 Southern Arkansas. That is the part of the ballpark, if you're going to get it out, that you have to do it today. And the wind, well, that was hit pretty well. Just continue to push it away from Cheyenne Demery. So Favela uncorks her 5th home run of the year, RBI number 13. It's 2-1 Southern Arkansas. And Elise Casper comes to the plate. She drove in prior to this inning. The only Mule Rider run of the ball game with a double back in the 4th. For Casper, that was her 2nd double of the year, 15th RBI on the season. Here is Younce's first pitch on the outside corner for a strike. It's 0-1. 32nd home run registered this year by the Mule Riders. Aspen Younce gets the sign, brings it in, and a ground ball pulled to second. Kawamura to her left, underhands to first for the out. And up comes Sarah Evans. Sarah Evans came in hitting .281. She's 0 for 2 today, a fly out to right and a strikeout swinging. We are in the 6th inning. OBU does have a good part of the lineup to answer with. In the bottom half, Cheyenne Demery, Josie Sparks, and Caitlin Marsh. On a day like today, it certainly favors Cheyenne Demery. Downstairs, first pitch to Evans, 1 ball, no strikes. Southern Arkansas with 9 home wins and 9 road wins this season, looking for number 10 and get a jump in the first game of this series. In comes Younce's pitch. At the letters for a strike, it's 1 ball, 1 strike. A proud supporter of Bison Softball is the First National Bank and Trust Company. They are the exclusive home of the OBU Choice checking account. Learn more at fnbokla.bank. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Upstairs. Good hitting lineups are difficult the second and third time in which to deal with, and we've seen that today from Southern Arkansas. Here's the 2-1 offering. Popped it up behind home plate. Sparks rips the mask off and then makes the catch behind the umpire's box, and that's out number 2. Good play by Josie Sparks, and now here's Christina Hill. Christina popped out to short, fouled out to first. That foul out came to close the 4th inning, in which the Mule Riders prior to this inning had scored their only run. Favela, a leadoff home run here in the 6th, is broken a 1-1 tie. Here's Younce's first pitch. Good swing at a fastball, and it's 0-1. ShopOBUBison.com is the official online store for Oklahoma Baptist University athletics and merchandise. Open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for your shopping convenience. 0-1 pitch. Out of play, left field, no balls, 2 strikes. ShopOBUBison.com, the official online store of Bison Athletics. Nothing in 2 to Christina Hill. Younce trying to set the Mule Riders down in order after giving up the go-ahead home run here in the 6th to Favela. 0-2 pitch. Just misses away. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Richardson and Calamura at first and second. Henry at third, Sandoval at short with Anderson, Savage, and Demery left to right. And Sparks is the catcher here with the series opener for Aspen Youts. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And a little soft liner out toward soft pop-up to shortstop. In comes Sandoval making the running catch to retire the side. 1 run, 1 hit for Southern Arkansas. Getting late now for OBU. They trail 2-1 as we go to the bottom of the 6th on the Bison Sports Network.
Hey, you want your 20 nuggets with ketchup?
Two to one, Southern Arkansas, bottom of the 6th. Cheyenne Demery, Josie Sparks, Caitlin Marsh. To bat here in the 6th.
Right fielder number 21, Cheyenne.
Victoria Taylor has given up just 3 home runs this year. Cheyenne Demery is a home run candidate with 1 swing of the bat as she takes inside. 1 ball, no strikes.
He's basically my child. I know what that kid wants.
Cheyenne Demery, career best 7 RBIs in 2018 against Northwestern, hitting a team best .415 against the league this year. Swing and a miss, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike.
Big fan of Big Bens.
Demery playing in her 192nd game, start number 175, a career .324 hitter in Shawnee. 35 home runs, second all-time in softball history. Pitches upstairs, and it's 2-1. Cheyenne Demery, the native of Pryor, Oklahoma, northeastern Oklahoma.
There's one less than a mile away.
2-1 Southern Arkansas, bottom of the 6th. Nobody on, nobody out. Here's the pitch. And that one was a fister out of play over the first base dugout, and the count evens up at 2 balls, 2 strikes. Demery has been very, very consistent. Got off to a slow start this year. Missed the first 6 games of the campaign. Today is her 26th appearance, 25th start. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Fly ball into center field. The wind will knock that one down. In comes Casper to make the catch, and it's out number 1. So Victoria Taylor has retired 6 of the last 7 hitters for OBU, and Josie Sparks comes up.
James, pinch hitter.
Jaden James is going to be the pinch hitter. Jaden James, a sophomore. We saw her in the last homestand. So James batting for Josie Sparks, who had struck out twice against Victoria Taylor. .225 to straightaway center field here at Oklahoma Christian, a little bit further than Bison Softball Park in Shawnee. It is 200 feet, both in the left and right field corners. So Jaden James awaits the first pitch, and it's inside with a fastball from Victoria Taylor. 1 ball, no strikes. Victoria Taylor trying for her 10th win and 11 decisions this spring. Next pitch, low and outside, 2 balls, no strikes. Victoria Taylor, a senior from Greenwood, Arkansas, 5'8". Here's the 2-0 offering. Into the handle, but she offered at it. It's 2 balls and 1 strike. Back in 2018, Victoria Taylor went 33-1 in the circle. That was the third best all-time winning percentage in a single season in NCAA history. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Ground ball, knocked out at first. Hill stays with it and runs the bag for out number 2. So James hit that ball pretty hard, but unfortunately for the Bison, hit it right to Christina Hill. And it's up now to Caitlin Marsh. Entering the season, Victoria Taylor had 627 strikeouts. That was a record at Southern Arkansas. First pitch is downstairs, and it's 1 ball, no strikes. Told you she has over 70 this season, so she is buried down on 700 career strikeouts. Hit a 1 Southern Arkansas in the 6th. Then comes the 1-0 pitch. It's swing, it's fouled back to the netting. 1 ball, 1 strike. Entering the season, Victoria Taylor was second all-time at Southern Arkansas in career earned run average at 1.64 and tied for the second lowest career opponent batting average at 199. 1-1, low and away. 2 balls, 1 strike. Threw a no-hitter back in 2019, 7 innings, 12 strikeouts. It was actually a perfect game against Southwest Baptist February 1st of 2019. 2-1 pitch. Popped up, foul territory, third base side, over near the dugout. Otts to make the catch, and the inning is over. 1, 2, 3 and out. Go the Bison of the 6th. We head to the 7th. It's the Mule Riders 2, Oklahoma Baptist 1 on the Bison Sports Network. Mason Grace to lead off the 7th. Really imperative now that Aspen Younts does not yield another run. 2-1 as we head to the 7th inning. Southern Arkansas getting a leadoff tie-breaking home run from Elise Favela in the 6th inning. Mason Grace 0 for 2 of the ball game. Jumps to the first pitch and fouls it out of play into the left field corner for a strike. Morton and then Dyson to follow. This threesome has only 1 hit, 1 base runner. That was Morton's double back in the 5th, and she was stranded. Southern Arkansas has left multiple runners on in the 4th and 5th innings. They lead it 2-1. Younts' next pitch is low, 1 ball, 1 strike. I can tell you this, that win or lose, Aspen Younts has had a really good outing today against Southern Arkansas. Another foul ball, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Her stats are not overpowering, but she has been able to get the big pitch when she's needed to limit the damage.
I've never seen a setter make a good face, ever.
Hey, but that one where you're like eating breakfast.
1 ball, 2 strikes to Mason Grace. We are underway in the top of the 7th inning. In comes Younts' pitch. downstairs, and it's 2 balls, 2 strikes.
If you're trying to look good as a setter while setting,
When you are in the circle against Victoria Taylor, you have to be very, very good. And Aspen Younts has done that to give Oklahoma Baptist a chance today. The 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Down goes Grace. Big strikeout to start the 7th for Aspen Younts. And here is McKenna Morton.
now batting right fielder number 32, McKenna Morton.
McKenna Morton doubled back in the 5th, was stranded. One of 2 base runners left aboard by the Mule Riders in that inning. Bison have not scored since striking for a go-ahead run in the 3rd inning. Southern Arkansas with single runs in the 4th and the 6th. Off-speed pitch stays upstairs. 1 ball, no strikes.
I like Hump a lot, so I'm glad to get him some.
McKenna Morton against Aspen Younts here in the 7th inning.
From Magnolia. He really is.
In comes the pitch. Swing and a miss. 1 ball, 1 strike. This year, Tinker Federal Credit Union is celebrating 75 years of TFCU and U, helping members achieve their goals and realize their dreams since 1946. Learn more at tinkerfcu.org. 1 ball, 1 strike. It's on the turf, and it's 2-1. This facility has seen a lot of softball in it, both Oklahoma Christian and a lot of other different levels being played here at Tom Heath Field. In comes the 2-1 pitch. Just misses in tight. 3 balls and 1 strike. Younts can ill afford to surrender a run with Richardson, Henry, Sandoval, Savage coming up in the 7th inning. It did against them, but you don't want to have to try to get more than 1 to tie against Taylor. Soft liner into center field for a base hit. So Morton didn't get much of that pitch, but hit it perfectly out of the reach of Cheyenne Sandoval, and now a 1-out base runner for the top of the order in Jackson Dyson. Jackson Dyson has struck out, popped out, grounded out. 2 over 3 at-bats have ended at shortstop Cheyenne Sandoval's expense. Here's Younts' first pitch. Inside, 1 ball, no strikes.
Probably at some point in game 2, grab some more for me.
I wish that this girl wasn't there. Because this picture would have been really good.
Yes, it would have.
1-0 the count. Aspen Younts against Jackson Dyson here in the 7th inning. The pitch. Fly ball left field. Anderson breaks late, comes in, now runs into Sandoval, and Cheyenne makes the catch at shallow left for out number 2. Anything from center around to left today is just not going to carry. We saw it on the double back of the 4th from Faith Otts, and we saw it right there. And Anderson made a little bit of a late break, but fortunately for OBU, Sandoval was able to pick it up very well off the bat. Josie Sparks, who was pinch hit for in the top half or the bottom half of the 6th, does remain out there at catcher.
Which one now?
Lena Susu has walked twice, popped out once, so she is 0 for 1 here in the series opener. In comes the pitch, popped up and out of play on the third base side for a strike. About an hour and 12 minutes away for the first pitch of the first game of a huge weekend series in Magnolia between Oklahoma Baptist and SAU. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Downstairs, good block by Sparks. Bison baseball team 1 game behind Arkansas Tech, who faces Southwestern this weekend for the top spot of the conference. OBU, who's picked first in the league poll, leading Southern Arkansas by a game for second place in the standings. Southern Arkansas was picked second in the coaches' poll. Outside, 2 balls, 1 strike now to Lena Susu. So a huge weekend series for the Bison baseball team, who won Tuesday night in the midweek game over Northeastern State.
This new
Here's the 2-1 pitch. Ground ball, glove by the pitcher. Younce on to first, and in time to get Susu. One hit, one left, last chance as we go to the bottom of the 7th. Southern Arkansas 2, Oklahoma Baptist 1 of the Bison Sports Network.
Play a lower team this week. We have 2 out of 3 lower teams for and I was like, no, wait, that's next week.
2-1 Southern Arkansas. We go to the bottom of the 7th inning. Bison need 1 to tie, 2 to walk it off, and they will start with Emily Richardson here against Victoria Taylor. To celebrate 50 years of investing in champions, the OBU Athletics Annual Fund is returning to its roots as the Bison Athletic Association. To learn more about the rebrand and exciting changes to BAA membership benefits, visit obubison.com/BAA. Emily 0 for 2, struck out looking to the second, flied out to right in the 4th. And Taylor's first pitch of the 7th is swatted back to the screen for a strike. Kyle Webb now is working the third base coach's box.
It's the one by the McDonald's.
Victoria Taylor delivers. That one stays upstairs, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike. Victoria Taylor, one of the most decorated athletes in any sport in the history of the Great American Conference. Trying to nail the series opener down for the Mule Riders. There's a single into center field as she lined it softly. A good piece of hitting. The tying run is aboard for OBU. And now Sam Maples, who was taking care of some business in the dugout, now comes out. And she will occupy third with Kyle Webb heading over to first. Pinch runner now for Oklahoma Baptist is Avery Baxter. So Avery Baxter will run for Emily Richardson. The tying run is on with Asia Henry coming to the plate. So OBU is not going to go quietly if they go quietly at all here in the 7th inning against the All-American.
And batting for the Bison, third baseman, number 20, Asia
Henry has walked and scored the only Oklahoma Baptist run of the day back in the 3rd. He struck out swinging in the 4th. See how Sam Maples will play this. Whether Baxter will be on the run in a straight steal or whether Henry will be bunting here as they try to get the tying run in scoring position. Victoria Taylor's first pitch is a swing and a miss. Not showing bunt as she chased one up in the zone, at least on the first offering, Asia Henry. Jason Anderson looking for his career victory number 579. Best team he's had, 2018. They won 60 of 71 games. Last year they were 22-2 when the season came to an end. Now Henry does show bunt, bunts it back to the circle. Taylor has it, throws low, but handled by the second baseman Evans, and over to second, the tying run in Baxter. So 1-4 in the sacrifice, and Asia Henry does as she's asked to do. And that's to advance the runner, and here is Cheyenne Sandoval. Cheyenne Sandoval with an infield bunt single back in the 3rd, and then was retired, circled to first. Her last time up back in the 5th. 2-1 Mule Riders. We're in the bottom of the 7th inning. First pitch, outside corner for a strike. It's 0-1. Victoria Taylor was named to the Great American Conference All-Decade Team in the 2010s. Is still an active member of the Mule Rider team. Downstairs, it's 1 ball, 1 strike. In 2018, Taylor struck out 86 looking. That's just looking. 1 ball, 1 strike. And the pitch upstairs. Good eye by Sandoval. 2 balls and 1 strike. OBU, the first time and a half through the lineup, aggressive early in the count and taking called third strikes. They have been more comfortable their third time through the lineup against the right-hander. There's a liner into right field, a base hit. Baxter is going to be held up at third. The throw bounces home. And now taking second is going to be Sandoval. So the winning run is in scoring position for OBU, and up comes Shelby Savage. How poetic would this be for Savage to walk it off on senior weekend? Baxter had no chance to score because she had to hold up and make sure that that ball bounced in front of Morton. When it did, she sprinted to third and then had the stop sign. Bunt is down. The play, no play, as it's picked up by Susu in front of home plate. And an infield hit for Shelby Savage, and the bases are loaded. And now McKenna Anderson, a senior, can walk it off.
Number 11, McKenna Anderson.
Nothing on the infield is what OBU is saying right now to McKenna. Nothing on the infield. Tying run at third, winning run at second. Anderson now going halfway down the first base line to visit with Savage. The battery in the infield discussing strategy for Southern Arkansas. Anxious moments here in the first game of the weekend for Oklahoma Baptist softball. Trying to rally against one of the best in the circle in Division II. Anderson has an RBI hit. First pitch, downstairs, 1 ball, no strikes. Taylor with pinpoint accuracy. McKenna needs to know that and certainly does know that, but she also knows that she's going to get strikes because there's no place for her on base. Here's the 1-0 pitch. In there for a strike, 1 ball, 1 strike. So a good crowd here at Tom Heath Field on the Oklahoma Christian campus, being treated to a good one here in the series opener. 2-1, 22nd ranked Southern Arkansas. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Didn't mean to, went around and went up and in. She was trying to pull back, and her momentum actually spun her around. So it's 1-2. You would expect a lot of chatter coming from the Bison dugout on the third base side. 1-2 the count. Victoria Taylor delivers, and it's outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. They didn't miss by much at all. Anderson, earlier in this game, had a long at bat against Victoria Anderson in a similar situation when she was down 1-2 in the count. See if she can duplicate it right here. At least get the game tied. In comes the 2-2 pitch and a soft liner foul. And that will drop harmlessly for strike 2. Sam Maples in the third base box. Kyle Webb in the first base coach's box. Ford represents the tied run. She is at third. Sandoval carries the winning run. She is at second. The pitch, a little liner, and that is just foul. So Anderson just stuck the bat out. And was a little behind the Victoria Taylor pitch. That would have won the game for sure with that placement. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Bases loaded, 1 out in the 7th. Here's the pitch, and another defensive swing, foul back to the screen.
15's on deck. 15 on deck.
Mia Modelmog, a sophomore, who started most of the games the first half of the season, has moved to the on-deck circle and would hit for Kylie Kalamura. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Taylor brings home the pitch. Didn't mean to, but went around. Sometimes that's the problem with a slap hitter. It's hard to stop the momentum. Now Sam Maples is making sure that she went around. And Monomog now will be introduced. So it is up to Mia Monomog. Monomog on the season is hitting just .214 and has driven in only 3 runs. Monomog has 9 hits, 6 have been for extra bases, 4 doubles and 2 home runs. OBU would take a double, they'd take a home run, but they certainly want at least something to bring home the tying run and extend this game. Taylor brings it home. First pitch is ported there for a strike. It's 0-1. So 3 hits, 1 an infield single, a sacrifice, and a strikeout. The game has come down to Mia Monomog hitting for Kalamura here in the 7th. Taylor's pitch popped up and the game down to a final strike. Victoria Taylor against Mia Monomog. Transfer from UT Martin. In comes the pitch, and a bouncing ball, and that is knocked down by the second baseman, flips to the shortstop, who covers and just did beat Shelby Savage to the bag. That is how close it was to the game being tied. Sarah Evans with a terrific defensive play, sliding to her right near the bag at second, and her throw to Dyson just did beat Savage. OBU comes up empty, 3 hits, 3 left. Final score, game 1. Southern Arkansas 2, Oklahoma Baptist 1. Back to wrap it up in just a moment. Back at Tom Heath Field on the campus of Oklahoma Christian University in Oklahoma City. OBU puts a scare to the 22nd ranked Mule Riders, but they hold off, winning their 9th straight on a great defensive play by Sarah Evans. And OBU falls 2-1 despite leaving the bases loaded in the 7th inning. How good again was that play from Sarah Evans? Well, the ball wasn't hit particularly hard. Evans still had to make a terrific play, sliding to her right near the bag at second and underhanded the throw to Dyson, and the ball just did get to the shortstop before Savage slid in feet first. If that ball gets past Evans, the game is for sure tied and very likely could have been a walk-off base hit for Mia because, again, as I described, the ball was not hit all that hard, and it would have been a difficult play for Casper to try to come up in shallow center field, run, and throw to home plate to cut down the winning run. Bison fall 2-1. We'll take a break, be back with the second game of the series and the final one of the day from Tom Heath Field in about 30 minutes. Southern Arkansas wins their 9th straight, beating Oklahoma Baptist 2-1 on the Bison Sports Network. Hi again, everybody, and welcome back here to the campus of Oklahoma Christian University in North Oklahoma City. Tom Heath Field, middle game of the three-game senior weekend series between Oklahoma Baptist and Southern Arkansas coming up. 22nd-ranked Mule Riders with a 2-1 victory in the first ball game. They have now won 9 straight as they get set to face the workhorse of the Bison of the Circle, Kaylee Jones. Dyson, Susu, Otis, Favela, Casper, Evans, Hill, Grace, and Morton, the batting lineup for Coach Jason Anderson and Southern Arkansas. Jackson Dyson to lead off. Dyson 0 for 4 the first ball game. Jumps to the first pitch, skies it towards the right field corner in foul territory. The catch made by Cheyenne Demery, and that's the way game number 2 starts for the Mule Riders. So 1 up, 1 down for the catcher, Lena Susu. Susu was held in check 0 for 2. Didn't get the ball out of the infield and drew a couple of walks in the first ball game. Kaylee Jones is in the circle for the 22nd time. Ranks in the top 3 of the conference in innings pitched. First pitch is a strike away, and it is no balls and 1 strike. Kaylee Jones is closing in on 102 innings in the circle this spring. Just a sophomore. Next pitch is upstairs. 1 ball, 1 strike. Jones making her 18th start, 22nd appearance. Record is 12-5. Earned run average very good at 2.28. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Rise ball upstairs, 2 balls, 1 strike. 89 hits in 101-plus innings, 35 runs, 33 earned, 119 strikeouts, and 35 walks. Kaylee Jones among the conference leaders in all the good stuff this season. 3 balls, 1 strike. Kaylee allowing a batting average against of 234. Jones set out the Northwestern Series. Last pitched against Southern Nazarene. Pitch is fouled back, and it's 3 balls, 2 strikes. I stand corrected. She pitched 5 innings in the series opener against Northwestern. 5 hits, 2 earned runs with 9 strikeouts. It was the first conference series this year that she has not pitched at least 2 starts. Here's the 3-2 pitch, and it's slapped back to the screen again. The 9 strikeouts for Kaylee Jones, the most since she struck out 11 against Fort Hays State at home in a Bison win over the Lady Tigers back on March the 16th. 7 innings, 11 strikeouts, a walk, no runs, 4 hits scattered. Here's the 3-2 pitch, lined into center field, base hit, and then it's off of the glove of Shelby Savage that rolls all the way to the left field wall. Rounding second, Susu headed for third. The throw comes in, not in time.
Going triple, that was red.
They'll score that a 3-base hit for Susu. And the go-ahead run in scoring position, 2 batters into the ball game now for Southern Arkansas.
Now batting third baseman number 1.
Here is Faith Otts. Doubled and scored the first of 2 Mule Runner runs back in the 4th inning in the 2-1 victory in Game 1. So an early threat now against Kaylee Jones for Southern Arkansas. First pitch is popped up behind home plate. Now to play. We're strike 1. Defensively, the same alignment for OBU with Richardson at first, Calamura at second, Sandoval at short, Henry at third. Anderson in left, Savage in center, Demery in right, Sparks the catcher for Kaylee Jones. No balls, 1 strike. Good swing and a foul ball back to the screen. It's 0-2. Field, as you could see on your screen, starting to become bathed in sunshine. We were told that we might see sun before the end of the day. Today expected to be much sunnier tomorrow for the home finale in Shawnee against Southern Arkansas. Here's the pitch upstairs. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Kaylee Jones this season has struck out 11 twice. We told you against Fort Hays State, struck out 7 in a loss in Shawnee to Southern Nazarene on March the 9th, went 7 innings, walked 3 of that start. Here's the 1-2 pitch downstairs, 2 balls, 2 strikes. She struck out 10 against East Central in a Bison win March 13th, 7 innings, 4 hits. And again, her control this year has been very good. In 3 of her 4 double-digit strikeout games, she has not walked a batter. Pop up, foul territory, first base side. Richardson giving chase, and it's just out of play. So the count will hold 2 balls and 2 strikes. So Kaylee Jones, in search of her 13th victory of the season, ranks her right up near the top of the Great American Conference in pitching victories this spring. 119 strikeouts of the 209 as a staff this year for Oklahoma Baptist. Here's the pitch. Shop it in. 3 balls, 2 strikes. No score, but Southern Arkansas with an early threat. A 1-out triple by Lena Susu, her first hit of the series. She stands at third. In comes the 3-2 pitch, and a fly ball into right center field. That is down and up against the wall. So Otts doubles home a run. It's 1-0 Southern Arkansas. The Mule Riders continue to wear out Oklahoma Baptist pitching in extra base hits today. They had just 2 singles in the first ball game among their 6 hits that they registered. So Kaylee Jones already up against it here in the first inning, and they're going to conference out of the circle, and now Sam Maples is headed out there as well. And Kaylee looks like she's coming out of the ball game. Jones appears as if she's injured herself, so Kaylee is coming out. We told you we saw her against Northwestern in the first game of the series. She did not come back the final games of that weekend set. And now we're going to have a pitching change, only 3 batters into the ball game. Cheyenne Eddings is going to come into the ball game. Eddings combined with Aspen Younts against Northwestern last week to secure a 1-run victory over the Lady Rangers and win the series 3-0. Eddings 3 innings pitched, 2 walks, 1 strikeout. Eddings is making just her 5th appearance in the circle this year. And Kaylee Jones has left the game with an injury. So certainly not the start that Sam Maples at OBU was hoping for. Down 1-0. Still only 1 out, and Kaylee Jones has had to come out of the ball game. And now Favela will be the hitter. She broke a 1-1 tie with a home run in the 6th inning. It turned out to be the game-winning hit. Favela had a couple of hits, so she accounted for 2 of the 6 registered by the Mule Riders in that first game. Susu with a hard-hit triple to left center field, and then Otts doubling her in with a gapper to right center, 1-0 Southern Arkansas. Mule Riders ranked 22nd nationally. We told you in the first broadcast at one point they were ranked number 1 in the country. But then went through an 8-6 stretch from the 10th of March through March 27th, including a 2-1 series loss to Southeastern. Here's Eddings' first pitch, and it hits Favela. Well, this could not go any worse for OBU here in this first inning, as Elise Casper now will be the batter. Casper had an RBI double to get the game even in the 4th inning in the first contest. Cheyenne Eddings is into the ball game for just the 6th time, all in relief, and she misses with a fastball away. 1 ball, no strikes. Jones and Younts have done much of the pitching this year. We've seen Sessoms make 2 starts, 6 appearances, and now Eddings in for the 6th time. And she's fallen behind 2 balls, no strikes to Casper. The hit by pitch was the 6th such thrown by Eddings this year. Called strike away, and it's 2-1 to the left-handed hitting center fielder Casper. It was the 40th hit batsman this year by Oklahoma Baptist pitching. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Fouled back to the screen, 2 balls, 2 strikes. They are underway in Shawnee on Oklahoma Baptist campus in the Great American Conference Women's Soccer Championship game. The Seeds have held the form. Number 1, OBU hosting number 2, Ouachita. Last check, no score. Bison beat Ouachita a couple of weeks ago in Shawnee 3-0. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Elise Casper with a runner at first and second. And there's ball 4. So a hit batsman and a walk, the first 2 batters that have faced Eddings. And now Sarah Evans will bat with the infield drawn in for OBU. Sarah Evans popped out twice, once a foul out, struck out swinging against Aspen Youts in the 4th inning. Aspen Youts struck out 4, and the first pitch from Eddings is a strike to Evans. 4 strikeouts, 2 walks, 7 innings, 2 earned runs, 6 hits allowed by Aspen Youts. Next pitch is up and in, 1 ball, 1 strike. Bison to that first ball game, got the early jump, scored a run in the bottom of the 3rd. Southern Arkansas came back with 1 at the top of the 4th. Check swing, foul ball back to the screen, 1 ball, 2 strikes. And then Favela providing the game-winning blow with a leadoff home run to the top of the 6th. Bison were just a couple of feet away from probably winning the ball game when Mia Monomog, who was called in to pinch hit one up the middle, and a diving stop by the shortstop, or second baseman Evans, got the force at second and preserved a 1-run victory. Evans is 2 balls and 2 strikes in the count. She fouls that one back to the screen. Bison, with the loss of the first ball game, fall to 18-14. And now 13-12 in the conference. There's a liner up the middle just over Eddings' glove into center field. A run will score. It's 2-0. The bases remain loaded. Sarah Evans lined that ball just over Eddings' glove. It should have been caught, but Eddings didn't get her glove up high enough, and as a result, it's an RBI single. And Evans joins the hit parade as the 7th batter for Southern Arkansas. The first, Christina Hill, comes to the plate. Christina Hill is a left-handed hitting first baseman. She takes away 1 ball, no strikes. Well, you would think Eddings would probably have a short leash. Can't fall behind 3, 4, 5 runs early on against the team with the ilk of Southern Arkansas. Eddings' next pitch, change speeds, look good, called a ball, 2 balls, no strikes. He did call it a strike, so it is 1-1. 2-0 Southern Arkansas. Bases are loaded, still 1 out. Eddings' pitch is high, 2 balls, 1 strike. Bison earned run average entering this ball game, 3.48. The opposition pitching to a 3.25 ERA. Here's the pitch, way outside and low, and it's 3-0. So Eddings has been all over the place. She's been hit hard when she has come in the zone. And now there's no room for Christina Hill, or it's a 3-0 advantage. Dangerous spot, Hill knowing that Eddings has to throw a strike. And the pitch outside. It's 3-0. Favela comes home with a bases-loaded walk. So the 8th Mule Rider to bat against 2 OBU pitchers here in the first. Mason Grace will come to the plate. Grace grounded out, popped out, struck out, and that may be it for Cheyenne Eddings as Sam Maples has already hit it out to the circle. So what a nightmare of a start for OBU. They throw their best in the circle. Kaylee Jones comes out with injury. Eddings has come in. She's hit and walked about her, then given up an RBI single and a bases-loaded walk. So a 1-0 disadvantage when she inherited the circle now has grown to 3-0. Coach Maples does not look all that pleased, and you would expect her to be in this situation as she visits with Sparks and Cheyenne Eddings. Home plate umpire headed out to the circle to try to break up the conference. Bison had a chance to beat Southern Arkansas in the first ball game for the first time under Sam Maples, but again fell 2-1 in the opener. So Mason Grace, the left fielder, gets ready to face Eddings. And Eddings' first pitch hitter. So Casper makes it a 4-0 game, and Cheyenne Eddings just does not have it right now.
Now batting right fielder number 32, McKenna Morton.
McKenna Morton, the ninth mule rider to bat, comes to the plate. Morton had a double and a single, was 2 for 3 of the first ball game. Now Coach Maples is coming out of the dugout and is visiting with the home plate umpire. And that is going to be it, so Aspen Younts will come into the ballgame. Not what OBU was hoping to have happen, because Younts, you would think, was going to be the Game 3 starter, especially with Kaylee Jones now injured. Southern Arkansas got some good looks at her the second and third times through the lineup in today's earlier game, and now she comes in with 1 out, bases loaded, a 4-0 Mule Rider lead here in the top of the first. So Aspen Younts suffered her 9th loss of the season of the first ball game, went to 6-9, 7 innings, 6 hits, 2 earned runs, 4 strikeouts, and 2 walks. It'll be Aspen Younts who hopefully can get Morton to roll into something to the infield and get out of this without any further damage. 2 hit batsmen, 2 walks. A single, a double, and a triple have broken this game open from the outset. It's 4-0 Mule Riders.
What's up, Margaret?
Not too much, Jen. How are you?
So Aspen Younts faces Morton for a 4th time in this series. In comes the pitch. Swing and a miss, chased one up and in. It's strike number 1. All things considered, Younts pitched one of her best games of the season of the first contest today. She had a couple of bumpy air pockets, if you will, but able to get through in the middle innings to limit the damage. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss, up and in again. Morton behind, no balls, 2 strikes. It's an encouraging sign for OBU that Aspen Younts has put together back-to-back really good weekends in terms of starts. Started both games against Northwestern last week. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Down goes Morton. She chased 3 out of the zone, and that's quickly 2 out. And now Jackson Dyson coming to the plate for a second time. Prior to Morton swinging and missing at 3 straight from Aspen Younts, Dyson fouled out to right fielder Cheyenne Demery to start the ballgame. Looked good after just 1 pitch, but it's gone south from that point. First pitch is upstairs, 1 ball, no strikes. In comes the pitch, upstairs, and it's 2 balls, no strikes. No room in the end for Jackson Dyson. Aspen Younts gets the sign, brings it home, and that one hit her on the elbow. What in the world is going on? OBU just not able to throw strikes. And it is a 5-0 Mule Rider advantage as the bases remain loaded. So 3 of the 5 runs have scored on a bases-loaded walk to Christina Hill and bases-loaded hit by pitches to Mason Grace and now Jackson Dyson. And the always dangerous Susu comes to the plate and takes upstairs, 1 ball, no strikes. 5 runs on just 3 hits for Southern Arkansas here in what is now an 11-hitter first inning. In comes the pitch. In there for a strike, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike. Victoria Taylor got the win. She's 10-1 in the first ball game. Aspen Younts suffered the loss. She's 6-9. Younts facing her 3rd hitter here in this first inning. Pitches upstairs. It's 2-1. If you're just joining, Kaylee Jones started, got a foul out, a triple, an RBI single, then came out of the ball game with an injury. Cheyenne Eddings then faced the next 4, did not retire a batter. Here's Younts' pitch. Little eye, and it's 3 balls and 1 strike. So unfortunately, OBU taking themselves out of this one. From the outset, trailing 5-0. Still a long ways to go, but SAU, one of the best pitching staffs in the conference. Swing and a miss. Susu was swinging for the right field fence, and she missed. It's 3-2. Hill Riders starting to hit their stride. They are looking for their 10th straight victory. 3-2 pitch. Runners go, and it's fouled back to the netting. I mentioned this in the first game that no team has got off to a slower start than probably Southern Arkansas this year. Of their first 17 dates, not games, scheduled dates, they only played twice. And the pitch is high. Bases loaded walk. In comes Christina Hill. So here comes Faith Otts for a second time. She doubled in a run back in the first inning. In fact, since then, Southern Arkansas has seen 7 of their last 8 hitters reach, and only 1 of them have done so via a base hit. That's Sarah Evans' RBI single. Here's the pitch at the letters for a strike, 0-1 the count. Tiffany Williams is loosening behind Aspen Younts. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Change speeds, made Otts look bad. Was out on her front foot, and it's no balls, 2 strikes. Tiffany Williams apparently is warm as she is leaving the bullpen area here at Tom Heath Field of the Oklahoma Christian campus. In comes the 0-2 pitch. Up and in, 1 ball, 2 strikes. If Tiffany Williams is summoned to duty, it'll be just her 3rd appearance. She has an ERA of 31.5. Younts trying to get out of this first inning. A little pop-up behind home plate that's out of play, and it settles into the bleachers. 225, slightly elevated fence with the scoreboard directly behind the center field fence. Here at Oklahoma Christian, 200, both down the left and right field lines. Wind is blowing across the diamond from left center out to right. 1-2 pitch. Line but foul, out of play. Good day for Southern Arkansas hitters. A lot of lefties in the lineup, and the wind pushing the ball out towards right and right center field. We've only seen 1 home run. That was Favela, unfortunately, that broke a 1-1 tie at the top of the 6th in Game 1. Turned out to be the difference. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Down goes Otts. And finally, the inning is over. Southern Arkansas was 6 runs on 3 hits. They leave 3 aboard after a half inning. 6-0 Mule Riders on the Bison Sports Network. Anderson, Calamura, Debris, Sparks, Marsh, and Richardson. Henry, Sandoval, and Savage for Oklahoma Baptist. To face right-hander Sidney Wader. Wader playing with house money right now, up 6-0 after a half inning. First pitch is away, 1 ball, no strikes. McKenna Anderson had an RBI single, bringing home the only Bison run of the ball game of the third of game 1. Officially, she was 1 for 4. Here's the pitch, swing and a miss, 1 ball, 1 strike. Well, if you thought the top half of the first inning here was long, if you're a Bison fan, try rooting for Southern Nazarene baseball. They're in the 6th inning. Arkansas Monticello leading 28-1. 1-1 pitch, slow it away, 2 balls, 1 strike. 28-1. Here at 6-0 Southern Arkansas after a half inning, the 2-1 pitch is tapped foul, and it's 2 balls, 2 strikes. McKenna Anderson against Taylor had a really nice at bat when she drove in the run of the 3rd inning to give the Bison a 1-0 advantage. She fought off a ton of 2-strike pitches from the right-hander. Here's the Waiters' 2-2 pitch. Just misses away, and it's 3 balls and 2 strikes. Sidney Wader. Right-hander delivers, ground ball to second. Gobbled up by Evans over to first, and with a lunging Anderson, the throw just did beat her to the back. So 4-3, that's the way the bottom half of the first starts, and here comes the second baseman, Kylie Calamura. Calamura had a fielder's choice in the 7th inning, the only time she reached. She struck out twice. First pitch from Wader, a little fister out to third. Easy play for Otts, who never moves, and there's 2 gone.
Now batting the right fielder, number 21.
So Scheit and Demery will get her first look at Wader. She is a senior as Wader from Bologna, Arkansas. First pitch is a strike. It's 0-1. Sidney Wader is a transfer from the University of Louisiana, Monroe. Here's the 0-1 pitch, fouled off, and it's no balls, 2 strikes. Wader had the lowest career earned run average in Great American Conference history at 1.33. She has the best win-loss career percentage in league history as well at .897. 1 ball, 2 strikes. She's 4th all-time in GAC history for the lowest ERA in a season, tied for 5th for career combined shutouts. It's in league history. Little tapper, slow roller to short. Dyson charging to first in time. And the inning is over. So OBU goes quietly in the first. We played 1, 6-0 Mule Riders on the Bison Sports Network. Trade it in for more and buy it for less at Hudiburg Auto Group. Visit Hudiburg.com to browse their selection of thousands of new and pre-owned vehicles or stop by one of their 4 metro locations. OBU softball brought to you by Boomerang Diners, where it's not fast food, it's good food fast. Based in Shawnee, stop by one of their 2 locations in town or order online at boomerangdiner.com. Game 2 of the 3-game series with Southern Arkansas on senior weekend. Mule Riders won the first game 2-1, got a 6-0 lead after one. And Favela will lead off here in the second. Aspen Younts, the third Bison pitcher of the first inning, starts the second, and the pitch is inside, 1 ball, no strikes. Favela again delivered the game-winning hit, and a leadoff solo home run at the top of the 6th inning. Yanked it out, Oppo to right field here at Tom Heath Field. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Outside corner, but a little low. 2 balls and no strikes.
Late strike. 1-1.
So another late called strike. These guys are really lethargic behind the plate. 1 ball and 1 strike. In comes Younts' pitch. And that is hit down the line and left, but foul. Anderson giving chase, but can't quite catch up. So advantage to Aspen Younts at 1-2. Bison losing their 14th game of the season to drop to 13-12 in conference play. Tough deficit to climb out of against a pitcher like Sidney Wader. In comes the 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Got him with a changeup. Good pitch by Aspen Younts, who has recorded her 3rd strikeout in relief, and now Elise Casper comes to the plate. Elise Casper walked and scored back in the first inning. In comes the pitch, and that one is popped foul and down the line and left for a strike. Elise Casper came into the weekend hitting a team best .396. She's currently at .392. 2 home runs, 14 driven in. No balls, 1 strike, and the pitch swatted out of play, third base side. It's 0-2. Casper faced Younts 3 times in the first ball game, got to her for a 4th inning double. It tied the game at 1. She popped out to center, rolled out to second, her other 2 at bats. Here's the 0-2 offering. Rise ball popped up, third base side in foul territory. Henry had it hit her glove right before she got to the dugout and popped out. So Casper will get a break as she gets back into the batter's box. Boy, a 6 spot by the opponent in the first half inning takes the starch out of a lot of things. The 0-2 pitch. And it's popped up, and again, this time it's out of play. So Elise Casper continues the battle. Casper is a junior. Bats left, throws right. Here comes Younts' pitch. Stays upstairs, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Elise Casper has now hit safely in 5 straight games after that RBI double in the 4th of game 1. Here's the 2-strike pitch, low and away, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Six 0 SAU. We are in the top of the 2nd inning from the campus of Oklahoma Christian. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Ground ball, hard hit past the shortstop Sandoval and into left center. So Casper on a 2-2 pitch extends the hit streak. And a one-out base runner for Sarah Evans, and you might remember it was a base hit with one out in the first that got the rally started. 7 straight mule riders would reach before Morton then was finally retired for the second out. After the dust had settled, the Bison 3 pitchers later had faced 12 SAU hitters. First pitch, inside quarter for a strike, and it's 0-1. Low 50s, feels much cooler than that here today at the ballpark. That wind out of the north-northwest. In comes the 0-1 pitch. That's popped up out of play behind home plate. And it's no balls, 2 strikes. Metal bleachers with somewhat of a covering overhead. Not really enough to keep balls from coming over the backstop into the seating area, but would probably keep you dry if there were a few sprinkles falling. It's a beautiful facility here at Oklahoma Christian. 1 on, 1 out. We're in the second inning, 6-0 the pitch. As the runner goes, popped up to first. That's going to be a double play. Kalamura behind the bag. Now underhands the throw to Richardson to retire the side. So they got burnt with a hit and run, and you couldn't have placed it any more perfectly to get the double play. 1 hit, nobody left after 1.5. 6-0 Southern Arkansas on the Bison Sports Network. Back here with you at Tom Heath Field in North Oklahoma City, campus of Oklahoma Christian University. 6-0, number 22, Southern Arkansas leading Oklahoma Baptist. It will be Josie Sparks, Caitlin Marsh, and Emily Richardson here in the second inning. I said that they might have had a hit and run on. I don't think that was really the case because Jason Anderson was not happy when he got back towards the first base dugout. He was not at all happy with Elise Casper for taking off. So what turns out to be a 4-3 double play ends the second inning in little stress for Aspen Younts. Let's see what Sparks can do to start a second inning rally. First pitch is chased upstairs and swatted back to the screen for a strike. Sydney Wader got the start last weekend at Harding, 4 innings, 2 hits, 2 strikeouts, and 3 walks. Those 2 earned runs elevated her ERA to 1.93. 1 ball, 1 strike. Wader, his season high in strikeouts came in back-to-back games for her against Southeastern on 26th and 27th of March, 8 each. 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Sparks then swung herself into the dirt, and it's 1-2. One ball, 2 strikes to Josie Sparks, the junior catcher. In comes Wader's pitch, and a ground ball into center field for a base hit. Had just enough to get it underneath the wicket of Wader and then past the diving shortstop Dyson. So the first base runner for the Bison, a leadoff single with a second for Josie Sparks. And here is Caitlin Marsh. Caitlin Marsh had a single in 3 at-bats in her first contest today. Southern Arkansas rallying from 1-0 down after 3 to win it 2-1. Caitlin Marsh, left-handed hitter against the right-hander Wader, grounds that one to short. Could be 2. To second for 1, throw to first, and no, safe at first base. They say Marsh was able to beat it out, so a 6'4 fielder's choice. And up comes Emily Richardson. Emily Richardson had a hit in the first ball game. That came in the 7th inning when OBU loaded the bases against Victoria Taylor, only to come up empty. First pitch is up and in, 1 ball, no strikes. Wader has made 11 previous starts for the Mule Riders. Hard hit ground ball, foul off the third base dugout, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike. She picked up her first victory of the season against Texas A&M Kingsville. That was at home. Second game of doubleheader, March the 16th. 7 innings with 6 strikeouts and 3 walks. Pitch is low. 2 balls, 1 strike to the Bison first baseman. Correction, it was called a strike, 1-2. And the pitch fouled off. They got a piece of Emily. You can see her crumple near home plate. I'm telling you, these guys have got to be better behind home plate in calling balls and strikes. Umpire walking over towards the Oklahoma Baptist dugout to give Emily just a little bit of time and also to get some new softballs ready for play. Wader's last victory came against Henderson State April the 2nd. In 5 innings, 8 hits, 2 earned runs. Another foul ball from Emily Richardson. The count holds 1 ball, 2 strikes. Wader won 4 straight decisions from March the 16th through March the 26th. In comes the 2-2 pitch. Outside, good discipline. The count now is 2-2 to Emily Richardson. Bison down 6-0. Southern Arkansas striking for 6 of the first. The 2-2 pitch. That just missed Sam Maples. That's in her scurrying into the netting in front of the OBU dugout. Good to see the ball coach still has reflexes. 2 balls, 2 strikes. And the pitch. Ground ball to second. Sliding stop by Evans. And the throw gets away from the shortstop Dyson. So everybody is safe. E4 on the throw, fielder's choice, Richardson. And the Bison now have 2 on with 1 out for Asia Henry. That was a similar play to the one that Evans made to close the game of the first contest. I wish the result had been just the same. So 2 fielders' choices, a single and an error, and OBU trying to claw themselves back from a 6-run deficit has base runners and opportunities with Asia Henry coming to the plate. Asia Henry walked, had a sacrifice, officially was 0 for 1 with a strikeout in the first ball game. And the pitch downstairs, 1 ball, no strikes. In the games in which Wader has started, Southern Arkansas has outscored their opponents by 30 runs. Ground ball, left field, base hit. Sam Maples quickly puts the stop sign up on Caitlin Marsh, and the bases are loaded. So the Bison now starting to get some good swings in the bottom half of the lineup against Wader. A couple of seeing-eye singles, the first by Sparks, who was forced out 6-4, and now Henry with her first hit against Mule Rider pitching, a seeing-eye single into left. Here is Cheyenne Sandoval, the shortstop for the Bison. In comes the pitch. Upstairs, 1 ball, no strikes. Sandoval had a couple of hits. One was a perfectly placed infield bunt in the 3rd inning. Fastball strike, 1 ball, 1 strike. The other hit was a single in the 7th inning. Cheyenne Sandoval trying to pull Oklahoma Baptist closer here in the 2nd against Sydney Wader. Here's the pitch. Ground ball to first. Hill takes it herself, now comes home, and safe at home is Caitlin Marsh. It's a 6-1 ball game. So second and third. Cheyenne Sandoval will get credit for an RBI. And now Shelby Savage comes to the plate.
Number 9, Shelby Savage.
Shelby Savage, earlier today, a sacrifice, reached into there and had an infield hit.
We're on the board, Bailey.
First pitch catches the outside corner for a strike. It is 0-1. Don't forget you can stay up to date with the latest on social media involving Oklahoma Baptist University Athletics on their Facebook page, Oklahoma Baptist University Athletics, and on Instagram and Twitter at OBU_athletics. 1 ball, 1 strike to the senior Shelby Savage. Never missed a start in over 200 career games. Tries to drop dead a bunt, misses, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Softball on Twitter and Instagram as well, at OBU_softball. 1 ball, 2 strikes, and in comes the pitch. Swing and a miss. Down goes Savage. Not a real great at bat. OBU had them loaded. They get 1. It was an unearned run. 2 hits, 1 error, and 2 left. After 2, 6-1 Southern Arkansas on the Bison Sports Network.
Announcement, there's a black Trailblazer with temporary plates parked in the fire lane behind 1B line. They've got some.
To the third inning, 6-1 Mule Riders. Welcome back to the campus of Oklahoma Christian University. Southern Arkansas will send the lower third of their lineup up to face Aspen Younts, who begins her second full inning of work. Came in and got the final 2 outs as the third OBU pitcher in the first. First pitch to Hills, a swing and a miss on a rise ball, strike number 1. Bison Softball, proudly presented by Chick-fil-A Shawnee. Download the Chick-fil-A One mobile app today and start scanning your way to earning free food. In comes the 0-1 pitch. That's swatted out of play. No balls, 2 strikes. So Aspen Younts with that inning-ending 4-3 double play on a base-running mistake by Casper has now retired 4 straight. Younts today has been the only effective pitcher OBU's had of the circle. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Kaylee Jones started, gave up 2 runs, 2 hits, left after 3 batters with an injury. Cheyenne Eddings then faced 5, did not record an out. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Hard hit into right field, base hit. Hill stayed back and then just served that ball on a line right out to Cheyenne Demery. So a leadoff base runner for the Mule Riders here in the third, and here is Mason Grace.
Now batting left fielder number 4, Mason Grace.
Mason Grace drove home a run, being hit by a pitch with the bases loaded back in the first. She shows bunt, gets the bunt down, scooped up by Henry, throws to first with Kawamura covering. Sacrifice Hill goes over to second. So 5-3, and here is McKenna Morton. Update for the Great American Conference Women's Championship game in soccer going on in Shawnee. 30 minutes to go. Oklahoma Baptist and Ouachita 0-0. OBU defeated Ouachita a couple of weeks ago in that same field 3-0 to nail down the regular season women's soccer crown. Morton awaits the first pitch and takes down and in ball number 1. McKenna Morton was the first Southern Arkansas hitter to face Aspen Younts in the first inning, which she came in after Jones and Eddings had retired just one of the first 8 batters. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Into the handle, driven foul, down the left field line, 1 ball, 1 strike. Southern Arkansas was 6 in the first. OBU getting 1 run in the second, an unearned run against Sydney Wader. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Changed speeds and tipped it foul. I mean, she just got a piece of it. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Proud supporter of Bison Softball is the First National Bank and Trust Company. They are the exclusive home of the OBU Choice checking account. Learn more at fnbokla.bank. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 on, 1 out. Ground ball, foul, third base or first base side. Jason Anderson of the third base coach's box in season number 7 in Magnolia. His 8th season, as we told you, the first ball game, coaching to the Great American Conference. Spent the 2014 season with Northwestern. 1 ball, 2 strikes, and a little pop-up that'll get out of play straight overhead. We'll be back at it tomorrow, 2 o'clock, from the beloved home diamond in Shawnee, Bison Softball Park. Sure to be somewhat of an emotional day. It's senior day for 4 longtime contributors of Bison Softball. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Swing and a miss, change speeds. Good pitch by Younts. Aspen gets her 4th strikeout. And that is out number 2 for the top of the order in Jackson Dyson. So 2 1/3 innings. Aspen Younts has already matched her strikeout total from the first ball game. 7 innings, 4 strikeouts. Dyson hit twice in the first game, or first inning, and takes in the dirt on the carpet for ball number 1. One ball, no strikes. Runner at second as Hill led the inning off with a single. Check swing, pop up back to the netting. 1 ball, 1 strike. They're underway in Magnolia. Oklahoma Baptist, Southern Arkansas, first of 2 games today. Between the preseason picks, 1 and 2 in the coaches' poll of the conference. One pitch. Hit hard to Asia Henry at third. Knocks it down, stays with it, throws to first. Inning over. 1 hit, 1 left after 2.5. 6-1 Mule Riders on the Bison Sports Network. Top of the Bison lineup here in the third. McKenna Anderson awaits the first pitch from Sydney Wader. And she bounces that to Otts at third. And over to first, and one pitch went out. So Kawamura now will bat. Kylie Kawamura popped out to Otts at third back in the first inning. If you want to know how difficult it is from a 6-0 hole for OBU against Wader, as the pitch is low, 1 ball, no strikes. Wader has only allowed 6 runs one other time, or at least Southern Arkansas has allowed 6 runs at a start of hers. They won it 7-6 over Arkansas Monticello April the 6th. 1-0 pitch. Just misses. No, it's called a strike, and it's 1-1. 6-1, Mule Riders were in the top of the third inning, middle game of the series, final game of the Twin Bill. The 1-1 pitch, high and away, 2 balls, 1 strike. Hill and Evans on the right side, Dyson Otts on the left side of the infield. Morton in right, Casper and Sitter, Grace in right, with the left-handed catcher, Lena Susu for Wader. Swing and a miss, 2 balls, 2 strikes. It is a rarity to see a lefty behind the plate. Not many of those. Swing and a miss. Kawamura chased one away, and that's out number 2. That is strikeout number 2 for Wader, and now here comes Cheyenne Demery.
Cheyenne Demery.
Cheyenne Demery grounded out short to first to end the first inning. Demery, a left-handed hitter, jumps on the first pitch, slowly rows it out to second. Evans charges, scoops, and from the glove hand, underhands to first to get Demery. So 1, 2, 3 and out in the third. Go the Bison. We head to the fourth. Still 6-1 Southern Arc on the Bison Sports Network. ShopOBUBison.com is the official online store for Oklahoma Baptist University Athletics. They also are the home for the best and officially licensed Bison apparel from brands like Adidas, Callaway Golf, Columbia, and Under Armour. Visit ShopOBUBison.com today and take advantage of fast shipping and industry-leading customer service. ShopOBUBison.com, again, the official online store of OBU. Top of the fourth inning, Tom Heath Field in North Oklahoma City. First 2 games of this Great American Conference Weekend Series shifted from Shawnee to Oklahoma Christian University. 2 teams will finish the series tomorrow in Shawnee. Have audio and video for you right here on the Bison Sports Network. Susu steps in, first pitch. Downstairs, 1 ball, no strikes. Susu tripled against Kaylee Jones and then drew a bases-loaded walk in the first. Younce's pitch is low, 2 balls, no strikes. Aspen Younce has recorded every out of this doubleheader with the exception of 1. That was the first out of inning number 1 of this ball game. There's the 2-0 pitch. In there for a strike. It's 2-1. Two balls, one strike. Leadoff hitter and catcher Lena Susu. And the pitch popped out of play. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Yeah, I've been told these two really don't like each other either. I mean, I don't think they like. I think them and Swassy hate each other too, but they really don't like each other either.
Otts and then Favela here in the 4th inning. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Good swing up in the zone and fouled it back. Harding hosting Northwestern, Ouachita at Southeastern, Arkansas, Monticello, Southern Nazarene, Henderson State East Central today and tomorrow. Southwestern Arkansas Tech gets it away in Russellville tomorrow, finishes on Monday. There's the 2-2 pitch. That's upstairs, 3 balls, 2 strikes. Aspen Younts brings home the 3-2 pitch, and it's upstairs. So for the second straight inning, Younts has allowed the leadoff hitter to reach, and that brings us to Faith Otts.
Now batting third baseman number 1, Faith Otts.
Faith Otts has doubled in a run, struck out swinging. She is hitless today against... Correction, she has 1 hit today against Younts. That was a double back in the 4th inning of Game 1.
I think I ran a mile one time myself. That's how little.
First pitch to Otts, hammered into left field. That is trouble against the breeze and gone. Boy, she didn't get much elevation to that, but got just enough to drive it over the wall. Faith Otts makes it an 8-1 ball game. We're going to get busy again in the Oklahoma Baptist bullpen. And Favela now will be the batter. Tell you what you have to worry about is the possibility of this ending after 5.
Who was? She did something with her. She strained something in her. Now batting.
Favela has been hit by a pitch, reached or scored in the first, and struck out swinging in the second.
Yeah, but I thought she'd be okay to go this weekend. It's not the case.
Yance brings home the first pitch. It's upstairs with a rise ball, 1 ball, no strikes.
Sam tells me I think she's a JUCO transfer. She's really, really good in JUCO. Well, she's got something.
Here's the 1-0 pitch. Downstairs, 2 balls, no strikes.
We're gonna get a shootout, aren't we? There's 14 minutes. I know. 9? I know, but
Alyssa Favela. Here's the 2-0 pitch. Up and in, 3 balls, no strikes.
I don't blame him. I don't blame him to do it. Why does it take 5 seconds to call a strike? I know.
Another late call, 2 balls, 1 strike. And the pitch popped up, and that is back to the netting. So it's 2-2.
Ended up being one.
8-1, we're in the top of the 4th inning. First 2 have reached, both have scored. And a fly ball left field. Anderson will make a fair ball catch near the chalk line. That's out number 1.
Now batting center fielder.
So Casper now will bat. She's reached twice at a single back of the 2nd inning. Southern Arkansas has homered in both games today here at Oklahoma Christian. They have built an 8-1 lead here in the middle game of the series. Younce's first pitch is lined up the left field side, but curls foul. Nothing to win the count. 6 in the first, 2 in here in the second. OBU's only run coming in the bottom of the second inning. And a tough game from really the second batter on if you're a Bison fan.
SMU tacked on 2 more in the 7th, but still fell 28-3.
In comes the 0-1 pitch. It's high, 1 ball, 1 strike.
They tacked on a field goal late, but couldn't quite make up the deficit.
Final home weekend of the season for OBU. They go to Arkansas, Monticello, and Henderson State the next 2 weekends. 1-2 pitch is up and in. That's 2 balls and 1 strike.
If I'm going to be at a baseball game for a while, at least with like OBU, they win a lot of games. Like if they're going to be long games. There's nothing worse in the world than being at long baseball games with no pitching whatsoever.
2 balls, 1 strike. In the pitch, up and in, 3-1. So Aspen having trouble finding the zone here. To a couple of Mule Rider batters here in this 4th inning. 3-1 the count. Younce's pitch in tight. Second walk of the inning. And up comes Sarah Evans, the second baseman.
Guess what he called?
He called that a strike. It's 3-2. Fly ball down the left field line. If you can't tell, I'm starting to have issues with this guy behind the plate. 3 balls, 2 strikes. And Younce's pitch is popped out of play again. Casper walked, score to the first. Singled was doubled up, off and running with a pitch back in the second. Now the pitch, a little fister out towards first on the run. Midway to the circle is Emily Richardson, and that is out number 2. So now here is Sarah Evans, who has an RBI single to count among her 2 at-bats today. She popped out in that inning-ending 4-3 double play against Aspen Younce back in the second inning. 8-1 Southern Arkansas. The pitch bounces to the plate, and it's 1 ball, no strikes.
You know, like that's for color commentary was because she got Karen to do color, so she could say that's a stupid shot on air. Great.
For soccer, I can be the guest speaker, the guest star.
Faith Otts, the 2-run home run, extending the 6-1 lead to 8-1 here in the 4th.
You should not mic me up for volleyball. Oh no, I talk too much trash. You shouldn't.
Younce gets the sign, now brings it home. Upstairs, 2 balls, no strikes.
This is why I never want to do miking. I want miking up. I want to hear the unedited, I want to hear the interesting, fun stuff. I don't want to hear just the, oh, come on, let's go. I hear that myself.
2 balls, no strikes to second baseman Sarah Evans. In comes the pitch, shy it away, 3-0. Younce looks like to me she's worn out there in the circle. She's thrown a lot of pitches today. She has worked over 10 innings of this doubleheader. Here's the 3-0 pitch. And there's ball 4. Second walk of the inning now for Aspen Younce, and here is Christina Hill. So Christina Hill is 1 for 1, a single back of the 3rd, and a bases-loaded walk. That came against Cheyenne Eddings back in the 1st inning. Younce a right-hander, Hill the left-hander in the first pitch. Here's a strike on the outside corner, 0-1 the count.
game's not even playing first set, and this has been
0-1 the pitch. Downstairs, 1 ball, 1 strike. Blustery day here at the ballpark. Temperatures in the low 50s. It was 48 today at noon when we started. Late April. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss, change speeds, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Such is life at Oklahoma weather-wise. Next week they're talking about a light freeze in central, northern, and northwestern Oklahoma with some light snow possible here in the metro area. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Yountz gets the sign, pops the pitch up, and out of play does Hill. Baseball underway in Magnolia at Southern Arkansas. Mule Riders hosting the Great American Conference Men's and Women's Track and Field Championships. After 2 days, the men leading the field, the women second behind Harding. Still no score. Washita and Oklahoma Baptist in the women's GAC final with Shawnee. Swing and a miss. Down goes Hill. And the inning is over. 2 more on just 1 hit and 1 left. We go to the bottom of the 4th. It's now 8-1 Southern Arkansas on the Bison Sports Network. Josie Sparks will lead off the Bites at half of the 4th. 8-1 Southern Arkansas. Sparks singled back in the second off Waiter. Lines that pitch hard, but foul. She was out in front. And it's strike number 1. Second inning from Magnolia. Oklahoma Baptist leading 2-1 in baseball. Bartolome and Colin Prince with RBI doubles. Nothing to 1 the count to Josie Sparks. Change speeds and misses. It's 1 ball, 1 strike.
under 5.
1 ball, 1 strike to Josie Sparks. Nobody on, nobody out here with the 4th. Waiter's pitch. Laid off of it. It's away. 2 balls, 1 strike. Leadoff hitters this year for OBU hitting .397. Josie Sparks hitting .368 with 7 leadoff hits. That one is up and in. 3 balls and 1 strike. OBU getting their only run of the second, an unearned run off of Sydney Waiter. After a throwing error by the second baseman, Sarah Evans. Here's the pitch, taken for a strike, and it's 3-2. Marsh and then Richardson, if anybody reaches Asia Henry here in the 4th. Here's the 3-2 pitch, and it's popped up. That's out of play. Bison softball brought to you by the Hudeberg Auto Group. Trade it in for more, buy it for less at Hudeberg. Visit Hudeberg.com for more on their Great inventory of new and used vehicles. Ground ball to short. Dyson to her right to first in time, and Sparks is out number 1 here in the 4th. So Caitlin Marsh, who scored the only run of the ball game, now will bat. Marsh reached on the fielder's choice and scored back in the 2nd inning. Caitlin Marsh, one of 4 seniors for Sam Maples Club that will be honored tomorrow back in Shawnee before the final home game of the season. First pitch is downstairs. 1 ball, no strikes. Southern Arkansas next week goes home. They will face Southern Nazarene. That'll be a good series. Mule Rider pitching against the Bats of SNU. 1 ball, no strikes to Caitlin Marsh. Next pitch, swing and a miss. One and one to the DP. Caitlin Marsh for OBU here in the 4th. Now the 1-1 pitch. Hit foul. And it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Coming into this ball game, OBU had stranded 201 base runners. They left 2 in the 2nd, the only inning in which they've had base runners today.
She was up here. I don't know. She came up, took it, and passed it.
1-2. Downstairs, 2 balls, 2 strikes. That has been a big problem for the Bison this year. Richardson has stranded a team-high 29. Asia Henry 28. Calamura 22 this year.
Yep. I don't like it one bit.
2-2 the count. And in comes Wader's pitch and a little roller off the glove of Wader. Karam's out to short. That'll probably be an infield hit. Bison with their 3rd hit off of Sydney Wader. And their 9th in 2 games today against Southern Arkansas pitching. Emily Richardson reached on the fielder's choice back in the 2nd. Here's the first pitch, hit hard right at the 3rd baseman, knocked down by Otts, goes to 2nd, and a good play by the 2nd baseman, Evans. She had to stretch to get that throw that was sinking towards the bag and at the same time keep her right foot on. So it's a 5-4 fielder's choice for Emily Richardson, and Asia Henry will come to the plate. Henry had a single back in the 2nd. Asia Henry has scored a run, had a sacrifice, and a single in today's 2 games. Little ground ball out to short. Dyson has it over to first, and the inning is over. 1 hit, nobody left, or 1 left. We go to the 5th. It's 8-1 Southern Arkansas on the Bison Sports Network. New pitcher for the Bison here in the Southern Arkansas fifth inning is Kaylee Sessoms, in for the 7th time. 5th relief appearance, earned run average 6.26. Sessoms 19 innings pitched, 26 hits, 21 runs, 17 earned, with 11 strikeouts and 10 walks. Her 321 batting average is the highest among the 4 regulars in the rotation. She'll get 8, 9, and 1 for the Mule Riders here in the 5th inning. Sessoms' first pitch is upstairs, 1 ball, no strikes. It's been a while since we've seen Kaylee Sessoms, in fact, all the way back on March the 16th, with 3 2/3, 3 earned runs, 6 hits against Cameron. 2 balls, no strikes. She struck out 4 Aggies, walked 2. I misspoke. She gave up 3 runs, but only 1 of those in 3 2/3 was earned. Here's the 2-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. Kaylee Sessoms is 5'5", right-handed freshman out of Beech Grove, Arkansas. Sessoms gets the sign, brings it home, and misses high. 3 balls and 1 strike.
I don't think we're appreciating the fact that Southern Nazarene just lost a baseball game 28-3.
3-1 the count, and the pitch is high. So a leadoff base runner for the Mule Riders here in the 5th, and Morton now will bat. Oh, but you can't give up 2 runs. If they do, if they give up 1 and then fail to score their half of the 5th, this game is over.
That school's useless at everything except basketball.
McKenna Morton, 2 strikeouts, both coming against Youts. There's a ball to the backstop, and it's 1 ball, no strike. So a wild pitch moves Grace into scoring position at second. Josie Sparks now is going out to the circle. One ball, no strikes.
Get scores.
There you go.
There you go.
Somebody useful for you.
Not me.
In comes the pitch. Called a strike, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike to Morton.
Still 2-1 baseball.
Jackson Dyson on deck. Here's the pitch. That's low. 2 balls and 1 strike. Sessoms is appearing in just her 4th conference series, her first since March the 12th against East Central. 1 inning, 4 earned runs with 3 walks and 2 hits. Kaylee delivers, and the pitch is out of play on the first base side, so the count's 2 balls and 2 strikes. No score in the women's championship game, Ouachita and OBU and Shawnee. That appears to be headed to overtime.
Yep, already there.
Baseball leading 2-1 in Magnolia. They play on to the 3rd inning. 2-2 the count, and the pitch into the handle and hit hard. Mule Riders starting to get hot after a 14-game stretch in which they went 8-6. They're closing in on their 10th consecutive victory.
Hey, let's use up 1-0.
2 balls, 2 strikes to McKenna Morton.
Watch him win the second game.
In comes the pitch, and a foul ball out of play off to our right.
SMU baseball's up 1-0 in game 2. Baseball's so weird. Okay, them winning would completely surprise.
2-2 the count. Runner at first. Nobody out here with the 5th inning.
Go down to
Sessoms brings it in, and a little pop-up wide at first in foul territory. It's hauled in by Richardson for out number 1.
Now batting shortstop, 0, Jackson Dyson.
Jackson Dyson been hit by a pitch with the bases loaded. Otherwise is 0 for 2 in the ball game. Jackson Dyson, first pitch. Upstairs, 1 ball, no strikes. Southern Arkansas has had at least 1 base hit in each of the first 4 innings. They have 8 runs on 6 hits. Another pop-up. This one is out of play near the first base dugout, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike. Game 1 in softball, Harding 7, Northwestern 1. Correction, these are all baseball finals. Harding 7-1 over Northwestern. Washita we'll check those again in a minute. 1-1 the count. Runner at first is Mason Grace. Now the pitch. In there for a strike. Grace actually stands at second. And it's 1 ball, 2 strikes to Dyson. Another pop-up behind home plate, and that's out number 2. Henderson State has whitewashed East Central in baseball today, 11-0. Harding against 7-1 over Northwestern. Here's Lena Susu. Susu has tripled, driven in a run with a bases-loaded walk. In fact, has walked twice today and scored 2 runs. First pitch is upstairs, 1 ball, no strikes. In comes the 1-0 pitch. Just misses, 2 balls, no strikes. Now the 2-0 offering. Downstairs, 3 balls and no strikes. Gill Riders 8, the Bison 1. We're in the top of the 5th inning. Sessoms delivers the pitch. And it's outside for ball 4. So Susu gets her 3rd walk of this game and her 5th in 2 games. Now first and second for the 3rd baseman, Faith Otts. Faith Otts has driven in 3, homered, and delivered a 2-run blast back in the 4th. First pitch is away, 1 ball, no strikes. Grace at second, Dyson at first with 2 outs. Kaylee Sessoms, the 4th OBU pitcher of the day. It's a called strike, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike. One and one. Now the pitch. Up and in, 2 balls, 1 strike.
Yeah, I realized that one.
2 balls, 1 strike. First and second, 2 outs. Sessoms pitch, driven into center field, but playable for Savage. She's underneath it. And the Mule Runners in the 5th strand 2 aboard. No runs, no hits, 2 left. After 4.5 at Oklahoma City, 8-1, Southern Arkansas on the Bison Sports Network. Cheyenne Sandoval will lead off here with the fifth. 8-1 is the score. A couple of other baseball scores. Game 1, Southwestern has beaten league-leading Arkansas Tech 8-6. Game 2, midway through, no score in Weatherford. Softball between Tech and Southwestern moved to Sunday and Monday over in Russellville. Bottom of the third in Magnolia. It's now 3-1, Oklahoma Baptist over Southern Arkansas. Kaimana Bartolome in the third, hitting a home run. He has driven in 2 of the 3 Bison runs today. He's 2 for 2 with 2 extra base hits. First pitch to Sandoval is a strike. It's 0-1. Nothing and 1 the count, and the pitch. Foul tip for a strike, and it's no balls, 2 strikes.
The fear she just had of influencer just now. Like, when you start having dreams about that, then I'm going to be really concerned.
Sandoval, Savage, then the top of the order with Anderson. And a called strike on the outside corner. Sandoval, you could see, made a stride like she wanted to offer, but kept the bat on her shoulders, and Cheyenne now is 0 for 2 against the right-hander Sydney Wader. Shelby Savage struck out swinging, her only time up against Wader back in the second inning. Wader has been in control, and it helped getting a 6-run lead after a half inning. There's a fly ball deep left field. Back goes Grace. Gone. Home run, Shelby Savage.
Home run, Shelby Savage.
Shelby Savage gets the base hit, a solo home run. Her 4th of the year, her 13th RBI. Career hit number 177 and home run number 7. And this her 213th straight start. So it's 8-2, and here is McKenna Anderson. First pitch is a strike away. No balls, 1 strike. So OBU gets a run in the second. They get a run here in the 5th. It is 8-2.
First, we need to get to the bottom of the 5th. So hit 2 outs real quick.
In comes Wader's pitch, and a ground ball to second. Evans has it over to first, and there's 2 gone. Shelby Savage with RBI number 59 of her career on Bison Hill. 7th career home run to give us a start, number 213. She has never missed a game, never come off of the bench. Here's Kylie Kawamura. First pitch is downstairs, 1 ball, no strikes. Kawamura popped out to third, struck out swinging in the third. 8-2 the score. We're in the bottom of the 5th inning. Swing and a miss. 1 ball, 1 strike. Kaylee Jones started, faced 3 batters. Cheyenne Eddings faced 6. Then Aspen Yountzen. We're now to Sessoms on the mound. Slow roller to second. Another easy play for Evans in time to first. And the inning is over. Bison get 1 on the solo home run by Shelby Savage. We go to the top of the 6th. It's 8-2 Southern Arkansas on the Bison Sports Network. At Boomerang Diners, it's not fast food, it's good food fast. Based right here in Shawnee, stop by one of their 2 locations in town or order online at boomerangdiner.com. 8-2 the score. We go to the top of the 6th inning. Elsewhere around the Great American Conference, Harding leading game 2 of their doubleheader with Northwestern 5-0 in softball. The Bisons beat the Rangers in 5 innings, 10-2. East Central 11-3 over Henderson State today in softball. Southeastern has taken a pair from Ouachita, winning 4-1 in game 1 and blanking Lady Tigers 1-0 to the second. So if those scores and this one stands up, OBU and Ouachita will remain tied for 6th place in the conference. Favela to lead off, then Casper and Evans to follow against Kaylee Sessoms. Sessoms delivers. First pitch is a strike. It's 0-1. Outfield straight up, normal depth. The exception of Anderson, who shifted a little bit towards the foul line and left. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Hit hard and just fouled third base side for a strike.
No, they're just not bad, but
I don't even think anyone hit it.
Arkansas Monticello took game 1 from Southern Nazarene of the baseball diamond 28-3.
Not rough running around.
Early second game, SNU leading 1-0.
counts the same way.
Number 4.
No balls, 2 strikes to Favela. In comes the pitch. Rise ball stays upstairs.
I am interested in watching them celebrate.
8-2. We are at the top of the 6th inning on the Oklahoma Christian campus in Oklahoma City. In comes the 1-2 pitch. One is popped up behind home plate. A late start for Sparks, who can't make the diving catch.
Did you get anyone?
So Elisa Favela stays alive at 1 ball, 2 strikes. Southern Arkansas did all their damage in 2 innings, 6 in the first and 2 in the second. OBU with single runs in the second and the 5th. Well hit, but hooking foul and out of play on the left field side. In comes the 1-2 pitch. Misses away, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Glad to be with you today from Tom Heath Field. Series resumes tomorrow back in Shawnee at 2 o'clock first pitch. We'll have it for you on the Bison Network. 2-2 pitch. Fouled back. Two balls, 2 strikes to the designated player, Elisa Favela. Pitch lined off of Sessom's glove. Out to second. It's picked up by Sandoval. No play. And an infield hit for Favela.
It's a big softball thing. Now batting center fielder number 9, Elise Casper.
Casper now will be the hitter. She has a hit and a walk. Also popped out to second baseman Kylie Kalamura. That came back in the 4th.
13 bench runner. Bench runner for Southern Arkansas, number 13, Natalie Phillips.
Phillips is in to run at first base. Saw her coming off the bench and run in game 1. Natalie Phillips wearing number 13 and white on the back of the blue and white jerseys for the Mule Riders. 7th hit, incidentally, today in game 2 for Southern Arkansas. The first pitch is upstairs, 1 ball and no strikes.
I was so proud, too, that we haven't had any hiccups on the scoreboard.
Now time is called to the home plate umpire.
I don't know what hiccup y'all are talking about. The score said
Not certain what that was about. Reporting towards the Southern Arkansas dugout.
not this scoreboard.
In comes the pitch. Fouled back. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Use your air. No, it's all in technology. It was the technology.
You know, if you take away the 6 runs in the first inning, I think that first inning should count.
Here, pick up. Pick up.
Kaylee Sessoms faced 5, retired 3 in early inning of work. Back in the 5th, leadoff infield hit here in the 6th, and another foul ball. And it's 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Well, you were talking yourself through it, so I gathered.
Sure.
I turned my listening ears on.
I should stop hating.
No, I keep it.
Chairback seating directly down below along the first and third base sides here of Tom Heath Field. Another liner foul that's off the top of the locker room area on the third base side. So the count holds 1 ball, 2 strikes. 2 of the 3 home runs today, and both here in this second game, have gone to left field, something we weren't certain we'd see today with the wind blowing from left center towards the right field foul pole. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Little tapper out in front of home plate. Tough play for Sparks. Picks it up, throws to first, and not in time. So back-to-back infield hits for Southern Arkansas. Here's Sarah Evans. RBI single the first. Popped into a double play back in the second. Walked and was left aboard of the 4th. Southern Arkansas in the first, the first and the 5th innings left multiple base runners on. They stranded single runners in the 3rd and 4th innings today. In comes the pitch. Upstairs, 1 ball, no strikes. Mule Riders trying to position themselves for a 6-inning run rule victory. Have the first 2 hitters on here in the 6th inning against Sessoms. The pitch. Inside corner strike, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike. Runner at second, Favela. Runner at first is Casper. And the pitch is upstairs. 2 balls and 1 strike. Phillips is actually running for Favela at second base. So it's Phillips at second and Casper at first.
I'm done with it as soon as that happened.
Here's the 2-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Southern Arkansas 8, Oklahoma Baptist 2. 2-2 the count, and the pitch hit foul out of play over the first base dugout. You can't do it, but take away this first inning, and this thing has been a evenly played game at 2-2. Unfortunately, the glaring number out there, the crooked number on the scoreboard in straightaway center, is the 6 in the top of the first. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and that hitter. So Evans is hit by a pitch, and that has been a real bugaboo of the Bison pitching staff here in this second game today. 4th of the contest, 3 of those coming back in that 6-run first. Now Henry is out saying something to Sessom, so too is Cheyenne Sandoval, the shortstop, and now Richardson coming in from first for a word of encouragement. Bison are going to have to play the infield in, try to cut down a run at home with nobody out here in the 6th. Christina Hill will be the batter. She's drawn a bases-loaded walk already in the ballgame, has singled and struck out. First pitch. Huss misses, 1 ball, no strikes. Mostly cloudy. Sun peeking through. You can see the field illuminated. 1-0 pitch through there for a strike. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. Cool today. Expected to be a little warmer and a better day even tomorrow for the home finale back at Shawnee. 1 ball, 1 strike. And the pitch lined into right center field. That's to the wall. 2 runs are going to score. Now Evans is going to be waved around from first. The throw comes into second, and it's a bases clearing double. And Southern Arkansas leads it 11-2. So Christina Hill with a 3-run double.
Left over before Mason Grace.
11-2 the score, and now Grace will come to the plate. There's still nobody out here for the 6th inning. First pitch, a little flister out to second and caught by Kawamura right in front of the bag. So Grace is out, number 1. And McKenna Morton now will bat. She is 0 for 3, fouled out to Emily Richardson her last time up. Update from Magnolia, 3-2 Oklahoma Baptist as the Mule Riders have just tallied against Jake Lipinski. Here's the pitch, hit foul, and strike 1 to Morton. Morton, despite all the problems OBU has had in the circle in the second ball game, has been held in check. She went 2 for 3 in the first ball game against Aspen Younts. That included a 5th inning double. In comes the 0-1 pitch. Down and in, 1 ball, 1 strike.
I want to do more stuff like when I went to UCO. UCO had it banging the entire game. Had music going after a kill. Had all the going. I want to do more of that. What when we have fans back?
1 ball, 1 strike. 11-2 Southern Arkansas on a foul ball. Advantage to Sessoms, 1-2. 2 infield hits and then the bases clearing double to right center field by Christina Hill. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Fly ball, but tailing foul to the left field line.
Now 4-4.
1 ball, 2 strikes. And the pitch is nub foul. So Morton just did get a piece of it to stay alive. Heartbreaker of the first ball game and a tough one of the circle here in the second. It has been a difference of night and day in this series today. It's on the carpet, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Stampede has a new name and brand new benefits. Learn more about the exciting changes to OBU's Athletics Annual Fund, including how to make your 100% tax-deductible contribution at obubison.com/BAA. 3 balls, 2 strikes now to McKenna Morton. SAU with 3 in here for the 6th. Leads at 11-2. In comes the pitch and a ground ball to short. Glove by Sandoval. Steps and throws to first for out number 2. Kawamura acted like she was about to run off the field. I can't blame her. It does feel like that should have been the 3rd out of the inning. It's only the 2nd, and that turns the lineup over for Jackson Dyson. First pitch in there for a strike, nothing to 1 the count. Dyson is 0 for 3 with a RBI and a bases loaded hit by pitch.
I don't know why their baseball team won't lose. Why they finally did.
In comes the 0-1 pitch and a fly ball. Center field pretty well hit. Wind will knock it down. Savage is there near the warning track. Pulls it in, and the inning is over. 3 more score on 3 hits, 1 left. After 5.5, it's 11-2 Southern Arkansas on the Bison Sports Network. Cheyenne Demery will lead off the bottom of the sixth inning. OBU needs some runs to keep this game alive. It has gone final in Shawnee. Ouachita in overtime defeats Oklahoma Baptist for the women's soccer championship 1-0. Ground ball right side, glove by Hill, takes it to the bag herself, and one out here in the sixth.
Now batting the catcher, number 70, Josie.
So 1-0 Ouachita the final in the Great American Conference Women's Championship match in Shawnee. Josie Sparks, 1 for 2, will be the batter. I think I said earlier that OBU had beaten Ouachita earlier 3-0. It was actually 2-0. That was still in Shawnee a couple of weeks ago. There's a fly ball left field, and sinking and diving is Grace, and she makes the catch. Good play by Mason Grace to take away extra bases from Josie Sparks. And now it's up to Caitlin Marsh if this game is to be extended. Marsh has reached to the fielder's choice, scored a run, also has an infield hit today. 11-2 the score. OBU needs to put together a 2-out rally. And the pitch is downstairs. 1 ball, no strikes from Sydney Wader. In comes the pitch. Fouled back, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike. And the fifth inning, Magnolia 3-2. Oklahoma Baptist in baseball over Southern Arkansas. 1 ball, 1 strike. And in comes the pitch. Downstairs, 2-1. Southern Arkansas won today's first game 2-1 thanks to a leadoff 6th inning home run from Favela. Neil Riders then chased 2 pitchers in the first inning, scoring 6. Ground ball back to the circle. Wader has it to first. Ball game is over as Southern Arkansas has run ruled Oklahoma Baptist 11-2. In the 6th, no runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left. Final again, Southern Arkansas 11, Oklahoma Baptist 2. Back to wrap it up in a moment on the Bison Sports Network.
It will be senior day, so get there early to the field.
Trophy.
11-2 the final score. Welcome back here to Tom Heath Field, the Oklahoma Christian campus for the final time. Oklahoma Baptist loses in 6 innings, 11-2. Southern Arkansas now has won 10 straight. OBU has lost 2 in a row. Bison dropped the opener 2-1, not lose the nightcap 11-2 in 6 innings. Tomorrow we will join you for Senior Day from the OBU campus in Shawnee. First pitch at 2 o'clock. Senior Day festivities will take place before the first pitch, so get there early tomorrow at Bison Softball Park. Final score, final time, 2-1 Southern Arkansas in Game 1, 11-2 Mule Riders in the second. We'll see you again tomorrow. First pitch at 2 right here on the Bison Sports Network.